Is it not, Kathy?
It is. I mean, I won't be there, but please celebrate
spirit.
for me.
Feel free to bring a gift.
So I've got I got some pretty intense stories to get to entertainment. I want to dive right into this. Federal prosecutors announced criminal charges against 5 defendants, including 2 doctors, in the death of actor Matthew Perry nearly a year after he was found unresponsive at his home. U.S. Attorney of California Martin Estrada said that the defendants distributed large quantities of ketamine to Perry and others as part of a broad underground criminal network. In addition to the 2 doctors, the defendants included Perry's live-in assistant and a major source of drug supply known as the ketamine queen.
Oh, wow.
So the arrests come almost a year after he was found in his jacuzzi at his home.
Wait, were these doctors practicing doctors? Or no?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So the ketamine queen was identified as Jasveen Sangha of North Hollywood. She faces up to life in prison if convicted on all charges. The doctors are Dr. Salvador Plasencia, a.k.a. Dr. P., Dr. Mark Chavez, and the remaining 2 defendants are Eric Fleming and Perry's live-in assistant, Kenneth Iwamasa. Fleming was described by federal authorities as a street dealer who acted as a middleman. Plasencia, who's one of the doctors, faces up to 120 years in federal prison.
Jeez.
Now, the Sangha, who was the queen of ketamine, her home was described as a drug-selling emporium and has been tied to the 2019 ketamine-related death of a 33-year-old man as well. Large-scale dealer. She's considered a large-scale dealer of meth and ketamine throughout L.A. County. Sangha and Plasencia both pleaded not guilty. Fleming and Iwamasa have both pleaded guilty to charges, while Chavez has agreed to a plea agreement at this point. The ketamine distributed to Perry between September and October 2023 was paid for with at least $55,000 in cash, according to prosecutors.
Wow.
Federal prosecutors say the doctors charged $2,000 for a vial of ketamine that cost Chavez only $12.
You gotta be kidding.
Perry had become addicted to the drug after receiving ketamine treatments for depression and anxiety at a local clinic. The indictment details escalating purchases and injections of the drug over just a few weeks that ended with Perry's death in October of 2023. On September 30th of that year, less than a month before Perry died, Plasencia allegedly texted fellow physician Chavez after learning the actor was looking to obtain ketamine. Plasencia allegedly wrote to Chavez, "I wonder how much this moron will pay. Let's find out." So that was the $2,000 for a $12 vial.
So I want to work this out a little bit. So at that point when he dies, was the public perception and was what he was promoting was that he was cleaning off everything, or was he still at that point receiving from a doctor ketamine for depression? And then he got more than he...
No, I think that he had, it said that he had developed an addiction from treatment that he was getting from depression. So it leads me to believe that treatment had come and gone. And maybe he was trying to get more
of it,
you know, and doing it because he couldn't get it legally prescribed.
Because you remember he was actually out promoting his sobriety and his autobiography, which he had just written. He'd said that thing about Keanu Reeves, which he was apologizing for. Yeah. Just a flippant comment.
Plasencia bought at least 4 vials of liquid ketamine from Chavez, as well as gloves, syringes, ketamine lozenges, and the fraudulent prescription. Prosecutors said Plasencia also texted Perry on September 30th that year, saying that he planned to provide him with vials of ketamine, the actor that could administer himself. He said, I will give you the first dose if you would like and leave supplies with you. Santa Monica doctor allegedly instructed Perry's live-in assistant, Iwamasa, who prosecutors said had no medical training on how to inject ketamine, leaving him with vials and syringes. Iwamasa handed over $4,500 in cash to Plasencia in exchange for the vials of ketamine. So you can see that this is
It's huge.
This is a big story, and there's a lot to it, and there are a lot of people that were involved. So
I remember when ketamine first started to appear, and it was called Special K, right? Mm-hmm. Is it still as prominent as
Apparently
it was?
it is. Apparently it's like on the rise.
Oh, yeah.
So with this stuff coming out, we're obviously going to be following this story for a little while. Here's another pretty heavy one. Multiple arrests have been made surrounding the death of General Hospital actor Johnny Wactor. The actor was killed this year during a robbery when thieves were attempting to steal a catalytic converter from his car. He was walking with a female coworker out to her car. At least 3 suspects were given search warrants yesterday by the LAPD Homicide Bureau, and 2 have been detained. Sources shared with the Los Angeles Times that the investigation is looking into Florencia 13 gang members who have apparently been tied to catalytic converter thefts in that particular area.
So he caught him in the process and then killed him.
Yep, exactly. So that was messed up. Here's another one for you.
All right.
Samantha
And another thing.
Samantha Harris, former co-host of Dancing with the Stars, is revealed to her Instagram followers that her breast cancer has returned. She said, I have some health news that I need to share that I never thought I would be sharing again in my lifetime, but I have a recurrence of breast cancer. Harris was first diagnosed with it in 2014, going on to get a double mastectomy, where doctors discovered the cancer had also spread to her lymph nodes and later had breast reconstruction. She said, I'm so grateful for my family and my close friends. As I lean on them, I also reach out to lean on you during this time, and I will continue to share more as my treatment plans unravel. So she said, I'll see you soon. So that was sad to hear, too.
What was I was looking and I couldn't quite see a general prognosis of where she stands. If it's just, I assume she's been under supervision, right? But
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, what level is she's at? Oh man, that sucks.
Do not know. Yeah. I've got two more stories with some weight to them, and then we'll move on to some lighter things. Excuse me. Though it was reported yesterday that Pete Davidson had checked himself out of a mental health facility after 2 weeks of treatment, the source close to the comedian says that is not the case.
Man.
The source maintains that Davidson is still checked in.
His Dr. Gary Busey says he still has a long way to go.
Hinting that he is committed to seeing it through. They're having buttered sausage.
Yeah, buttered sausage.
For treatments. Pete remains in his treatment program, source said, after the initial report surfaced. According to the insider, Davidson hopes for privacy at this time and is currently focusing on bettering his mental health with a stay in rehab. All right, and then the last heavy one.
Yeah, we're getting whopped.
Man, this guy lived a long life, but Peter Marshall, best known as the original host of the Hollywood Squares, has died. He was 98 years old.
Wow. I loved the Hollywood Squares.
It was fun.
His iteration was the best. It was the Paul Lynn years and all of that as well. All the stuff that made it really cool where they actually had celebrities. But yeah, he was a great game show host.
Yep, he died on Thursday of kidney failure at his home in Encino. He was known for hosting the Emmy Award-winning game show. He served as the host for more than, listen to this, 5,000 episodes.
Whoa!
From 1966 to 1980.
That's amazing.
That's a healthy run as a host, man. Along with that series, he also hosted a syndicated nighttime version of the show from 1971 to 1981.
I remember that. And he also popped up on the Love Boat. So he's completed everything.
So he started his career at 15 years old, worked as an NBC radio page and usher at Paramount Theater in Times Square. Soon after, he was drafted into the Army. And during his tenure, he hosted for Armed Forces Radio. Oh. And after the war, in 1949, he formed a comedy duo with Tommy Noonan. The pair made appearances on The Ed Sullivan Show, as well as theaters and nightclubs. Throughout the next decade, he became a movie contract player at 20th Century Fox, and he was in tons of movies, smaller roles. And then in 1965, he was offered the Hollywood Squares job. And he said in an interview in 2010, it was the easiest thing I've ever done in show business.
No kidding.
I walked in, hello, stars. I read questions and laughed, and it paid very well.
Yes.
Great. He won.
Yes,
Good for him.
absolutely.
I was just, so 5,000 episodes in that time span, it averages out to about 357 episodes a year. Is that the type of game show where they would bang out like 5 in a day?
Yes,
Yeah.
most of them follow some schedule where they're doing multiple episodes, and it's usually 5Ks.
Even some of the talk shows like Kelly and Mark, that they do that too.
They don't do it day to day.
They'll change outfits, and they won't record full shows, but they'll record like different segments, or like if they do a game or
So he's after the show came to a conclusion, he lent his abilities to the Peter Marshall Variety Show, big bands from Disneyland, All-Star Blitz, and Yahtzee as well. And he continued his career as a singing actor. He performed in Annie as Bert Healy and starred as Georges in La Cage aux Folles.
I would have liked to have seen him as Annie.
800 performances on both Broadway and on tour. So a nice long life. And he was great. That show was fantastic. All right. Aside from all of that, I have some lighter things. This has apparently been in the talks for years. I didn't know this. But Madden, the movie, is nearing completion with Nicolas Cage set to play legendary football coach and commentator John Madden.
I just learned about this yesterday.
Yeah. The film will be directed by David O. Russell, known for Silver Linings Playbook and American Hustle. The film is not a typical biopic or sports drama, but rather
You eat sand?
it's the origin story of Madden NFL.
Oh.
One of the biggest video game franchises ever. So
There you go.
It's going to be
There you
about
go. That makes more
that.
sense.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to do a Madden biopic, you got to get Frank Caliendo.
It happened. The inspiration for that game, the people that wanted to do it, it happened on a train ride because Madden never flew. He was terrified of it,
Right, yeah.
and he would only take ground transportation. And it was a train ride. It was like a 2-hour train ride from like Chicago to New York or something like that. I saw the story. It's very interesting how they pitched him on it.
Do you remember? I mean, it's still a super popular game, but I mean, it when it was at its full vigor, it was like the Tony Hawk run.
Yeah.
Just amazing.
Russell wrote the script and has spent months trying to secure the right talent for his movie. Hugh Jackman's name was thrown around. In a statement, Russell praised Cage as one of the greatest and most original actors, adding that the film will capture the joy, humanity, and genius of John Madden in the 1970s.
It's pretty wild.
And never would I kick around the name Nicolas Cage.
They're doing
play
all
John
these.
Madden.
Yeah.
But they can make it work.
It's a cool story.
Yeah. So if you're a fan of The Lord of the Rings and have a Samsung TV, you are in luck because Amazon has announced that they are streaming the entire first season of The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, for free on some Samsung devices. It's pretty easy to stream, assuming that you have a Samsung TV. You'll just need to...
Don't even bother. It sucks.
You'll just need to tune in to the show on Samsung TV Plus, the streaming service that comes with Samsung TVs and Galaxy devices for free.
I'll be curious to see if they can pull it around on the second season.
I'm not that curious. I kind of bailed like we were talking about yesterday, Steve. I do find it a little odd that more and more TVs, like the physical televisions, have their own streaming services within the TVs.
Like the Rokus.
Yeah. And like you buy a TV at Walmart or something like that, and it comes preset. And I think it's a specific brand of maybe a Vizio or whatever.
Look for me on Walmart Vision.
I mean, you don't even know that you're getting that. You bring it home and they are tracking your data just because you bought it from a certain place and you automatically set it up because everybody just hits the check mark when they agree to purchase something.
Right. So, well, they're going to offer up this as an enticement. The first season began streaming yesterday and is available until August 28th. Season 2 of The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, meanwhile premieres on August 29th on Amazon Prime Video.
Again, the most expensive TV show in history.
Yeah. I didn't see any of it. I'm
Don't
glad.
bother. Just keep entertaining people the way you do every morning, Preston.
Thank you,
It's
guys.
a gift.
I appreciate that. All right, so here's a show that Rochelle turned me on to. The Finding Your Roots show, the Celebrity Family Tree Investigation show.
Yep, it's a good show.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I can sit down and watch a couple episodes and find out some interesting things about people and history in
If you're
general.
not careful, you might learn something.
No, it's not hosted by Bill Cosby. So it's coming back for an 11th season, and PBS has revealed the celebs who are interested in tracing back their roots. Lining up to find out more of where they came from are Joy Behar, Kristen Bell, Lawrence Fishburne, Deborah Messing, Nick, Michael Imperioli, Melanie Linsky, Natalie Morales, Sherry Lee Ralph, Leah Salonga, Amanda Seyfried, Dax Shepard, Sharon Stone, Chrissy Teigen, celebrity chefs Jose Andres and Sean Sherman, novelist Amy Tan, poet Rita Dove, historian Lonnie Bunch, and musician Ruben Blades.
No Pauly Shore?
No Pauly Shore.
Ruben Blades says he says.
I thought he was an
musician?
actor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Henry
He's
Louis.
in Predator too.
Is he?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Henry Louis Gates Jr. returns as host. He is a phenomenal host,
Yeah.
by the way.
He's a very he's also a Harvard professor.
I saw him speak one time just talking about race relations in America. And Steve, just really, really compelling guy. He spoke
Was it better than season 1 of Rings of Power?
much better.
He is so eloquent.
Yeah.
He speaks so clearly and plainly.
His
he's
research
wonderful.
team, though, I mean, they go way, and sometimes they'll go way back. It's
Sure.
pretty cool.
My favorite moment was when Larry David and Bernie Sanders found out that they're cousins. Larry David plays Bernie Sanders on SNL, and they're actually distantly related.
There was a good one where Kira Sedgwick and Kevin Bacon were on the same.
Oh, yeah.
And it turns out they're related too, which was very interesting. But no, he's a great interviewer as well, outside of just being a host. The PBS docuseries debuts January 7th of next year. And then one more quick story. Travis Kelce's entree into acting, Ryan Murphy's series Grotesquerie, now has its first teaser trailer. Nicey Nash Betts stars as Detective Lois Tryon, who investigates a killer in her town or something even worse. As for Kelce's role, he makes a split-second appearance in the teaser with no context in the clip and no details yet as to what his role in the series is. But the official synopsis is written out as Grotesquerie sees a series of heinous crimes unsettle a small community, and Detective Lois Tryon feels these crimes are eerily personal, as if someone or something is taunting her. The series will premiere Wednesday, September 25th, 10 p.m. on FX. But the trailer is there, and if you don't blink, you'll probably see Travis Kelce for just a moment. So he's getting into
acting, and the juggernaut continues.
All right, movies are opening. It's a Friday. All right, we got Alien Romulus, horror, sci-fi film starring Kaylee Spaney, David Johnson, Archie Renault. While scavenging the deep ends of a derelict space station, a group of young space colonizers come face to face with the most terrifying life form in the universe. It's an hour and 59 minutes long. It's rated R. Wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score 82%.
Not bad.
Yep. And then you have DD. It's a comedy and drama, and it stars Isaac Wang, Joan Chen, and Shirley Chen. In 2008, during the last month of summer before high school begins, an impressionable 13-year-old Taiwanese-American boy learns what his family can't teach him. That is how to skate, how to flirt, and how to love your mom. Running time's an hour and 34 minutes long. It's rated R, limited theater release, and it gets a nice whopping 96% Rotten Tomatoes score. Whoa. So pretty well rated so far. All right, we also have clips to play. Representing the United States in RuPaul's Drag Race Global All-Stars is Alyssa Edwards. And here, the Drag Race All-Star talks about what this opportunity means to her.
Something I teach my children over at Beyond Belief Dance Company, which I'm very proud to say we're celebrating 23 years, is you're never too old to be a student. And evolving is inevitable. You get one shot at this thing called life. Be greatness. Challenge yourself. Never be afraid to click that refresh tab.
Shut up, dummy.
RuPaul's Drag Race Global All-Stars premieres tonight, and that is on Paramount Plus. Here's our next one. Furiosa, a Mad Max saga, is the origin story of the renegade warrior before her encounter and team up with Mad Max. And here, Anya Taylor-Joy recalls her first day on set.
I was so excited. I remember sitting in it and going, okay, this is my home now. Yeah. And that it was pouring with rain and it wasn't supposed to be. And we were all like, no. But you couldn't see it on screen, and that's what mattered.
Yeah!
Furiosa, Mad Max Saga, streams today, and you can find that on Max.
When you first saw her in Split, could you possibly have any idea that she had...
No, but I remember going back and watching that movie before her stars started rising. I'm like, she's really pretty. I'm like, her eyes are just kind of haunting, and I'm like,
and evocative.
I wonder. And then she slowly started making her way into these other roles, and she's fantastic. She's excellent. So that is all I have in the entertainment report this morning. It is a Friday. We have some special things planned today. We're going to have from Saturday Night Live, Michael Longfellow joining us in the 9 o'clock hour. We also have an announcement before that around Bizarre File time. Some information we would love to share with you, and hopefully you'll get involved with. And we've decided that we're going to go with the connoisseur segment first. So we're going to break and we're going to come back with that. And we have a special cooking demonstration.
Connoisseur Plus?
That is going to be taking place in the studio along with the...
You guys are going to love what I have for
connoisseur.
you.
I can't wait, Kathy. Oh, my God. My
It's
mouth
called
is
Lethal
watering.
French Toast.
No, but actually, Casey's going to cook something up for us.
Which, by the way, he believes, and I'm not sure he might be onto something, that this could be the next big thing in fast food.
Yep.
Really?
I really do think that this is a business model that does not exist. And, I'm basically giving this idea away for free.
And it's not dinner theater.
It's not dinner theater. I didn't invent or reinvent dinner theater.
Have you checked around to see if it exists yet?
I have not. I have not done any sort of deep dives. It's just, based on my life experiences. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before.
Well, we're going to try it. So we'll come back in a moment, and we'll also have the other accoutrement that come along with the connoisseur. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
You're reticent to think of a friendship in terms of like the same dynamics that would be in a marriage, but there's very similar things going on, correct?
Exactly the same. And it's the same when they have kids. These are the kids, right? In the room. Yeah. Because they'll throw things and they'll test the parents. So Kathy will go on your side and say, well, he's a douche or whatever. And they will just wind it up because, A, they're fun. They've been in with you guys for a long time. Yeah. But friendship is about communication, just like marriage.
Yes.
About trust, communication. And if you have something to say, you should actually say it to each other, not in front of other people.
Right.
And don't say anything when you're angry. Write it down, put it under somewhere, go away, calm down, then pull it out. And if you still feel the same as what you wrote on that piece of paper, then confront it when you're calmer.
What makes you an expert? Your years as a chef?
Life.
Did you feel a certain weirdness, Preston, after that?
Well, yeah, I brought it on myself because I thought more about what he said, and then I started to, I clammed up. I also have been kind of coming down on myself a little bit about being aware of how I interact with other people and the things that I say, and I want to be more cautious about it. I don't think I'm an outright jerk to people, but sometimes I'll say something and forget that it's just my opinion and that, it's not necessarily the right opinion. Yeah. So I need to kind of watch it, except for bitches like Kathy.
Oh, my God. I think I agree with you on that.
Everyone has an opinion, and don't change the way you are. That's what makes you you are.
I mean, if there's something that can bring us all together.
Yes.
Right. It's our hatred for Kathy.
Right.
I just can't believe this is happening. And this is like really, you guys are
See,
being
Kathy,
serious.
what you didn't realize, it's all about you, not these guys.
We've both tried Chobani. We've both tried the Oikos.
And I just brought another one. Actually, they didn't. Marissa did. I just brought one just for you to try.
Stonyfield.
Yeah, I just thought you can try something different.
Are you saying that this is perhaps a yogurt they can both love together?
Yes, and I want them to interlock arms when you do this. There you go.
Like this.
It's beautiful. And so the healing begins.
What do you think about that?
No. Yeah, look, we agree.
The enemy of my enemy.
I noticed a few things.
Ah.
I did.
Down a dark alley, across a field. Look over there. He does. He's Preston Elliott, the noticer. Noticing so you don't have to. And yes, this is probably a lot like the junk drawer.
Yeah.
But just a different introduction.
Cuddling a kitten.
Cuddling a kitten?
Yes, makes you feel better, but it could be dangerous to your health. Doctors from Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the U.S. conducted a large-scale survey of the cat-borne bacterial disease cat scratch fever.
Oh.
Yes.
Which is legit. The doctors have warned that hands should always be washed after touching cats and to avoid kissing felines where possible.
Sorry. Make out with them all the time. In fact, I brush my teeth with their tails.
The disease is spread when you are scratched by an infected cat, hence cat scratch fever, or when you don't wash your hands and touch your mouth after stroking an infected cat.
You have to be careful of anything like that, And
well, we're talking about people kissing their chickens.
Kissing your goddamn chicken.
And getting salmonella,
I'll kiss a kitten before I kiss a chicken, and yes, that's on my bumper sticker. I kiss chickens and I vote. I will not be overlooked.
Need to have those made.
Cat owners should also be careful about their animals' interaction with stray cats where possible. However, the disease is relatively rare, where the survey Survey finding that annual incidence was.
Survey says.
Come on, man.
Give him a break.
I'm just,
I'm just a kid in loving man.
One of those days. All right. So anyhow, they found that an annual incidence was 4.5 outpatient diagnosed.
Chicken kisser. Number one answer on the board. Chicken kisser.
The noticer.
With that.
He's ended his noticing for today, but the noticing will go on the Preston and Steve Show.
I have a chance. I knew it. This is pretty cool. Jared Leto has signed on to star in a new biopic about Andy Warhol.
That's pretty wild.
And so he'll play Andy Warhol. I think he'll be great as Andy Warhol.
Andy!
Was that good?
Yeah.
It kind of sounded like it.
Andy! Terrence Winter will pen the script based on the 1989 book Warhol, the biography.
Do you find him at all interesting?
Yeah.
Of that time and
I
what he
do.
represents, I do as well.
And just what an oddball, strange guy he was, and the fact that he created such a sensation with with his artwork. So
he also created the game Spud. Oh, a lot of people don't know that.
No way.
Yeah,
Andy Warhol.
Andy Warhol.
Out of boredom? Like,
yeah, a lot of people don't know that.
Okay. Wait, how do you play Spud again? I was thinking of Chink.
Excuse me?
Oh, there's a game.
Yeah,
called
okay.
Chink.
I'm sorry, Casey. You're late for your Klan rally.
You've never heard of the game?
I
Chink?
have,
Okay.
yeah.
Wait,
I
what's
have.
Spud?
Spud, we always used to use a flat ball, like a ball.
Yeah.
That wasn't fully.
Yeah, we did too. What
right?
the hell was the point of that?
It was invented by Andy Warhol.
His
when
wrists
you had
were weak.
when you had a ball that you couldn't play foursquare with or something like that, and you had to find something else to do with it, and so you played, Spud.
Man, I loved that game.
Spud was a lot of fun.
I forgot how you did it.
You throw it up,
you picked a
everyone
category.
runs, right?
Yeah, but you had to have a category.
Right, and then you spell out as you move towards the person you're going to throw the ball at, right?
Well, yeah, but there was like an it person, right? Who had
Somebody's
the ball.
always it.
Wait a
And
second.
you picked a category. Say the category was colors, and everybody behind you had their color. So I would say I was the person. I would throw it up.
That's it.
And
they'd
I'd
have
yell,
to run and catch it.
I'd yell red, and if Steve was red, everybody else would take off. Steve would have to go get the ball.
And then it turns into kind of dodgeball after that, right?
Yeah, because you have to get closer to the person that you want to hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Something along those-
actually a fun game.
I'll have to look up
Because what happens on the throwing process is everyone runs in different directions, but if your name is called as you're running, you realize it's you or your color.
Yeah, and you got to go back and get
and then
it.
you've got to run back.
I feel like I've missed out on my childhood.
It was awesome.
I never played this game.
And I never knew Andy Warhol invented it.
Yeah.
Well, he was a color guy, right?
He was very much about
Totally,
It doesn't
yeah.
have to be colors though; it can be anything.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be all kinds of categories.
Campbell's soup.
So anyhow, I don't know why that made me laugh so hard. But
He's just kind of the last person you'd figure would invent Spud.
oh my God, I've got to quit snorting, man. I am doing that way too
You snorted
often.
on the golf course yesterday.
I can't help it. It's after a long wheezy laugh, and then I have to inhale, and somehow or another my nose gets involved. I can't help it. Casey brought these into the studio. I have 3 ink pens. They're Bic, just your standard, office ink pen, cheapies.
One might find in any drawer.
Yeah, and these have been mutilated.
What happened?
Clearly, someone has been chewing on these pens.
Well, wait a second. They're kept in this studio, correct?
No. He got these from the what's the number studio next door?
4F.
4F.
Yeah.
In Studio 4F, which is the main MMR studio. And these pens are absolutely mutilated by how badly they've been chewed on.
So who do you figure is the greatest perpetrator, or the most
I know
likely
exactly who it is.
perpetrator?
You know who it is?
Yes, that pen looks extremely familiar to me.
Oh.
Who is it?
It's Matt Cord.
That's what I
Matt Cord.
He used to do that with. I used to him and I used to get. I would basically make fun of him because he would do that to all the pens at the Sixers games. He would use a red and a blue pen, and he would
chew the F out of
He
them?
would chew the F out of the top of it. And
Matt's got some major teeth.
I always used to be like, ew, that's so gross.
We have a point of contention up on the phones here, Preston.
Uh-oh.
There may be
okay,
there
all
may
right.
be a false accusation.
Hang on a second. Yeah, Pancake's on the line. Pierre's producer. Hey, Pancake.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. So you have a theory on the chewed pens?
Yeah, so I think that it's Jackie.
See, Jackie blames Matt Cord.
Well, because Matt Cord uses different pens. Matt Cord has
That's true.
special-
He has
Matt
special
Cord has
pens.
special
He
DJ
does.
pens.
He does. Now, Pancake's right. He has the blue and the red pen that he uses for everything.
All right. Well, Pancake, I don't know. You still thinking it's Jackie?
I think it's Jackie. I'm not sure, but we actually call it the pen famine, and we ordered a box of 50 pens because we were getting 2 and 3 at a time.
Wow.
You call it the pen what?
The pen famine.
The pen famine.
Oh, pen famine.
The great pen famine.
The great pen famine,
16, yeah.
All right, Matt's on the line. Hey, Matt.
I don't chew pens.
You don't chew pens ever?
No, I treat I use Paper Mate, Flare, blue and red. I treat them like gold.
You put that cap in your mouth. Do not say you don't.
Well,
But I never chew it. I don't. The chewer's Jackie. Come on.
All right.
All right, so Matt's vehemently, no, definitely not.
He says
Okay.
Jackie is the
Thank
chewer.
you, Matt. Okay, all right.
So it's not Pierre and it's not Matt Cord.
Should we bring in an expert to note the teeth markings and do a DNA test?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Because you have a set number of people who are using that air studio. You can get DNA swabs.
Yep.
And then get samples from all of the chalks, and you could nail this down in no time.
Do you want me to go to Jackie Bam Bam's secret hiding spot and see how many pens he has there?
And see if there's any chewed up ones.
Hang on. Oh.
Can I come with you? I want to see where it is.
Can you divulge that
I'm
to
going
her?
with him.
Case?
Look at how thrilled they are to do this.
I know. All right, hold on a second.
This is what it's come to. How many? That looks like 50 pens.
That's just from Jackie's hiding
Here's
hole.
the chewed up ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. These are all chewed up ones.
Wow.
17,
Wow.
18.
We might have a culprit here.
This one has teeth marks on it too. 19. The other ones look clean.
So about almost half of the pens?
19 chewed up pens.
I think I need to apologize to Matt Cord.
Yeah,
I think so.
Sorry.
It's. Are we going to go by the people versus he who smelt it dealt it?
Or people in glass houses, or J'accuse.
I'm going with the Queef Club.
Jackie Hughes.
Queef Club!
Yes.
Queef Club.
Nobody's implicated Marcus in this.
Ooh.
No.
You don't think so? He did the overnights last night.
But listen, maybe Jackie may have just stolen these chewed up pens and taken them and
It's
put
quite
it in
possible.
his stash. I mean, it's like you never know until you hear the other
He
side of it.
rescued them.
Why steal chewed up pens? Well, I would steal. Then if I wasn't the pen chewer, I
know.
wouldn't.
Maybe
want,
he's got a problem. Oh, wait a minute. Bam Bam's on the line.
Bam Bam!
Hey, Bam Bam.
I'm like the sixth person of the Preston and Steve show. This is getting to be a good habit here.
It is. It is a good habit.
Jackie, I need to ask you a question. So, have you complained that there are chewed up pens in the studio and that Matt Cord may be the culprit?
No, I never complain about them because I put the pens in my mouth. When you smoke cigarettes and all, you need something in your mouth. You get a little nervous. I don't chew them, but I'll be honest with you. I put a couple in my mouth. Yeah.
So wait a minute. So okay, Casey, I thought you said
he's not being totally forthcoming.
Well, he just woke up.
Matt Cord doesn't have a problem with pens. Matt Cord has a problem with toothpicks. No, never.
All right, we've heard about Matt Cord's toothpicks problem. We've heard that someone has a foot powder issue. We've heard, but this chewed pen thing. Now we have actually found your.
Before we get to the connoisseur, I do have a food-related announcement to make. I already did mention it earlier this morning when the show started, but we have next Thursday the Who's Luau taking. taking place at Valley Beach Poolside Club, Valley Forge Casino Resort. Well, our friends at Valley Beach have released the menu items for that particular day. And here's what we are going to have. And by the way, keep in mind, it is open to the public and it is free.
Yes.
And you just have to be 21 and older to come and join us. But next Thursday, they will be serving up whole roasted pig.
Classic.
Hawaiian coleslaw. Shoyu shrimp skewers. Pineapple and Spam fried rice, and you can get what's called the Lulu platter, which is a serving of all that, the whole roasted pig, the shrimp skewers, pineapple and Spam fried rice, and the Hawaiian coleslaw. That'll set you back $19 for that particular plate. But we are also going to have entertainment by
Paradise Island.
Paradise Island. Thank you,
Yes.
Casey. Paradise Island Entertainment Group. And we want to see you there. But yeah, the food has now gotten me excited.
I don't think you could take a deeper dive,
Yeah.
into the feeling of it. It's going to be, again, started as just a regular party, and now I'm super excited.
You guys are going to wear Hawaiian shirts, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely,
All right,
sir.
good.
Most definitely. All right, time for the connoisseur.
It's time for the Connoisseur, the weekend edition. Well, let's call it the Connoisseur Plus.
Yep. So we are going to have a cooking demonstration
And a business opportunity for investors.
taking place while we are going through the connoisseur stories this morning. Do we want to start with what you're doing, Case?
Yeah, because there's going to be some preparation involved here. So while I'm preparing stuff, you guys can talk about other things.
Do you need help, Chef?
I don't.
Hands.
Yes, Chef.
So I don't know what mic this is.
It's on. I got it.
Okay, good.
I got you.
The mic is on, Chef.
Casey's on the other side of the room, and we have a little table set up and also a griddle with some bowls and all the things he's going to need for his little demonstration.
This is something actually you sent Casey out to us, a picture of what you were making, and it looked pretty yummy. You have been a staunch proponent of this, which you believe might be in some ways an invention.
Yeah,
of yours?
well, we just sort of happened upon this. You know what, Steve? It's kind of like how Viagra turned out to give guys boners.
Right.
It wasn't meant
intended for that.
that.
Let me ask you just ahead of time. Did you search to see if people?
I
were-
didn't.
Okay.
I didn't. And I was unfortunately I should have done it during the break, but I was mixing batters together. But
Yeah,
I mean.
Chef.
Initially, how this all sort of came together, my daughter was making cake batter from scratch. And she was putting in a cake mold and cupcake molds. And so she ran out of molds and she had all this leftover batter. And she's like, what do I do with this? And I said, well, why don't you go grab the griddle and cook them on the griddle the same way you would cook a pancake. So she did that. And then, I don't know, like an hour later, I go in and there's cooled, quote unquote, like pancakes sitting on the counter. And I took a bite. I was blown the F away. It looks like a pancake, all right? So appearance-wise, because it was just a yellow cake.
But feels like a slipper.
It looks like a pancake. It feels like a pancake. But then when you bite into it, you're like, holy shnikes, this is cake. It is amazing. So I took it out for another test spin 2 nights ago. And I just strictly made up some cake batter and cooked it on the griddle. And
Are you icing them?
I am icing them. So I have a choice here for you guys. So I have just a standard yellow cake and a red velvet cake. I have a vanilla buttercream frosting, and I have a chocolate frosting.
Nice.
So I'm ready to go right. And so here's the thing. I think my vision is like, picture like a hot dog stand, something you just walk up to with a window and a counter, and you just walk up and you have ready to order cake. Right?
They're hot. They're like fresh out of the oven.
Fresh,
basically.
the same way
fresh
they would
off the grill.
cook up
Made to order.
Made to order. Yes, chef.
So you walk up and you're like, okay.
Hey, everyone, buckwheat's here.
I'll take a red velvet.
They make pancakes with buckwheat.
Buckwheat.
They do. They honestly do.
So anyway, that's my pitch. I think this is a business opportunity.
Casey, I did a little bit of research
Okay,
during the break, and loads of recipes come up for pancake batter pancake.
Okay.
I mean cake batter pancake.
Now, quick question.
Now, nobody's made a business out of it.
Yes, chef.
Nobody's made a business out of it, though.
Right.
I think that's, and the way you're talking about it, I think is pretty interesting. As you said, Preston, made to order right there.
So speaking of made to order, what would you like, Preston? Would you like a red velvet or would you like a yellow cake?
I want to do yellow cake, no icing.
Okay.
Yeah, just
that's a good call with that one.
Straight up cake. I'm
All right.
not a big icing guy, so
I'm so excited about this.
Okay.
I love your business.
He's so happy. Now, did you spray down the griddle
I
with
did not.
anything? Oh, okay.
No, so
but
we're
you've
gonna see
tested
how
this
this goes.
before.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
When you did it at home, you did it on a conventional griddle, much like this.
This is the exact griddle that I cooked it
Oh
on.
wow! So that the magic can be replicated.
Yeah. So, all right. So, Steve, would you like? You
I
want red
think I'm
velvet?
gonna do a red velvet case, and if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna go all in because I do intermittent fasting, but I'm gonna dive in full blown this morning, and I will have icing on it.
All right. And then, Kathy, what would you like?
I'm going to go yellow.
You're going to go yellow. And then, Nick, what would you like?
I'll also go yellow, please.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
I might not have enough room to make yours right now, Nick.
That's okay.
In case they're legitimately griddle cakes.
They're legit griddle cakes. Steve.
Yes, chef.
You got some yellow cake.
You got a little yellow cake in your. So it's a little bonus for you, bro.
You just invented another business.
You could do a swirl.
Yeah.
Preston, he's just invented. Dude. No,
You're welcome.
a swirly's a different thing.
So, Casey, question.
Yes.
When you make pancakes,
Yeah.
one of the things that will happen is bubbles start to form on the uncooked side. Does the same thing happen?
Same thing.
Okay.
Same thing. Not as many bubbles because this is definitely a denser batter. But if
That's usually when you know it's time to flip it over is when you have a lot of
so
bubbles.
I'm getting pretty close to flip
already.
time.
You just said a denser batter. So did you mix it that way for it to be specifically
it's
denser?
just naturally denser.
Naturally
than
denser.
pancakes.
Okay.
Sugar, man.
Case, let it sit for a bit, dude.
Yeah, no.
I know you're
He's very
excited.
nervous, yeah.
I'm a little nervous.
You're excited. Let
But
it
that's
sit.
what happened when they were making Viagra, Preston. The guy's hand was shaking, and then he found out he had a boner.
Is your hand shaking? No, I'm pleasuring myself.
I've never cooked before an audience before.
No, man, you're good. Yes, chef. Hands.
You are giddy as a little kid right now. Let him sit for a little.
Look at that red velvet,
I
though.
can tell by looking at the top of them that they're still a little too liquidy to flip.
Yo, it's his business.
I'm trying to help him out.
All right. So
By the way,
I
hire
want him to
Kathy
do
as your PR person.
He's going to bring up the temp a little bit on it.
I would like to get suggestions from listeners on names for said business.
Yes.
And here's one that came in, Casey, that I really like already, just called Batter Up.
Batter up.
Oh, is that the name? Is that the name of the business or
That's the name of the business.
Okay.
And Nick, if you could get a place inside Citizens Bank Park.
Oh, my God.
Oh my God.
Oh, my God.
Oh my God. It basically writes itself.
Well, and you've got to yell batter up at some point, whether when you put the batter on or when it's finished, something.
So I am still trying to figure out a name for what this actually is.
It's bake.
My daughter and I were calling it pake, and then I came up with the word grake, which is a griddle cake.
No.
No, this doesn't sound
No,
good. I smell burning, so I'm going to flip.
It's okay. Looking good.
The recipes that I've read say cake batter pancakes.
Yeah.
That's too clinical, right?
Yeah.
But you want to focus more on the cake side of it, I think.
Yeah.
So.
How about CBPC?
CBPC?
Cake batter pancake.
Rolls right off the tongue.
Oh, Kath, yours is, I think, looking pretty perfect. I kind of messed that up on the flip, but whatever.
Perfect griddle cake, perfect vagina. You got it all going on.
All right, so Steve,
While
I'm having-
Casey is doing this, I'm going to mention a story from the Connoisseur. So looking back at the first half of the year, they have come up with a list of the TikTok food trends of 2024. So this kind of would be one, would fall under that. I mean, it's technically not on TikTok, but it's the type of trend that Casey's trying to get rolling. And I'll mention a couple of these in case when those are done, feel free to send them over.
Sure thing.
Tomato ice toast. You guys ever heard of this?
No.
Sounds weird, right?
It doesn't sound enticing at all.
So it is tomato flavored shaved ice on toast made by freezing veggies and grating or shaving them on toast. But it can be sprinkled over burrata too. That sounds
I love
good
burrata.
to me.
I'm a
As,
burrata fan.
Chef Eaton Baranth shows in one video where he drizzles it with olive oil, balsamic vinegar, a little salt, pepper, and a sprig of basil. That sounds wonderful, actually. There's also chamoy pickle.
Chamoy?
It's a dill pickle soaked in a mix of chamoy, which is a Mexican condiment, sweet and sour candy powders, and tajin. And then it's wrapped in a fruit roll-up and stuffed with takis.
Takis.
Takis, I'm sorry.
The hot chip.
For a strange... See, that's too
Yeah,
weird
that's
to me.
just gimmicky. A lot of this stuff is very gimmicky.
I'm into it. I like Takis
Oh,
or
do you?
Flamin' Hot Cheetos to any recipe. Yeah, and by the way, tahine.
Tajin?
I think it's tahine.
Tajin.
Tajin. Whatever.
Tahine. Probably tahine.
Yeah, it's on 90% of the stuff that we cook at home now.
Okay.
It's a really nice. We'll use it on margaritas on the rim. It's fantastic.
All right, here's another. What are you guys whispering about?
I forgot.
I had to. So one thing you guys know and probably love about me is that if I smell like food, it's going to drive me nuts all day, and I'm going to smell like food. So I had to go get my hair tie and tie my hair back because if my hair smells like food, I'll have to go home and wash it again.
You look like a Bobby Soxer now.
I think we might be ready here.
All right.
So Preston, you said you just want your raw dog in this?
I'm raw dogging it.
All right, so Preston's going to raw dog that. Hey, Press, guess what? There's a little bit of red velvet on there as well.
Ooh, you mentioned a swirly.
So Kathy, yours is ready as well. Steve says you're going to be ready really, really soon. So Kathy went with the yellow cake with the chocolate icing. So I'm going to slap a little icing on there.
Here's a listener suggestion: Casey cakes, which already comes with a jingle. Nobody bakes a cake as tasty as a Casey cake.
I love it.
I do like it. I do like batter up,
I do like it that.
especially for that ballpark connection.
All right, Steve.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah.
All right, Steve, you were doing the
chef.
This one. Okay.
Casey, so I'll give you my review on this.
Okay.
It looks and has the texture of a regular pancake. Maybe it's a little bit more delicate than a pancake. It essentially tastes just like a sweeter pancake.
Okay.
So
that's where the icing comes in.
Yeah. Well, what I would like this. I mean, it's you don't need any syrup if you're going to have this type of thing. So yeah. So. I'm not into icing on cake. I like just a little bit of icing,
really?
but I'm picky about it. Yeah, overdone icing is is too sweet for me. But this is really good. Kathy, what do you think so far?
I don't know.
Do you like pancakes?
I do like pancakes.
Okay.
I think pancakes are sweet enough for me.
Okay.
So this might be a little too much.
Yeah, you're not big
I
on
think-
super sweet stuff.
I think I should have gotten it without the icing cake.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you take Preston's?
Get away.
I usually don't get syrup on pancakes. I have the red velvet with the vanilla icing. I think it's great, Case.
Yeah.
I really do like it.
I was thinking, you can make bigger ones and essentially turn it into like a taco shell and make like a little ice cream taco.
Totally.
That'd be kind of a choco taco. Did I just invent that word? Yeah. So I think there's a ton of different applications for this. So I'm just looking for like $100,000,
Yes.
and I'll give you 5% of the business.
I think the fact that, again, because it's warm, it's just been made.
Yes.
Made to order, as Preston said.
It's warm, but it's not hot.
batter up.
Yeah.
Griddle cakes made to order.
Casey, Mark Cuban is on the line right now and says that yeah. He's got your
Dialed
back.
the wrong number.
That's right.
Wrong number,
Sorry about
guys.
that. No, it's good.
Yeah.
Definitely good.
Well, I'm only just going to make two more, one for Nick and one for myself. And then I'll be back over to join you guys in a bit.
Okay.
Nick, I ruined your cake.
That's all right.
So I'm going to take that one and give you the better one.
I'll mention a couple of other TikTok trendy foods of the year. The tangulu is a viral dessert ASMR food trend. And it's actually a traditional Chinese street food that is candied sugar shell surrounding fruit like pineapple, grapes, kiwi, and strawberries. Oh, okay. I get it. So the candy coating around it is going to make some noise when you
Let me
eat
ask
it,
you.
therefore ASMR.
Any of these things ever incite you to make them? I mean, have you seen any trend, any of these over the past couple of years, and you cook, that has prompted you to take it out for a spin?
No, not really. No, I'm not into these. I mean, there was... When Pinterest first came out, they had some interesting recipes, and I tried them out. There was one that was like it was an onion that you cooked whole that was covered in ground meat and these other seasonings, and it was okay, But
So-
a lot of them are kind of gimmicky.
I always see the drink recipes. Like Casey will even send me some, and they look great, and I save them. And I don't think I've ever made one of them.
By the way, can I put in a plain order for?
Plain red velvet.
Red velvet.
Okay.
But we've joked. My group of friends and I have joked. We should have a party.
Chef.
We're up.
We should have a party, and everyone should bring their TikTok recipe or Instagram recipe or whatever it is, and try them.
per one of these that is posted to TikTok that gets any sort of traction, how many people actually do it? What is the percentage of people actually following through and doing it, or because they're popular?
I think the younger audience does. You know, that's like we ended up making the well, I say we, but my daughters.
Yeah.
It's this feta pasta with cherry tomatoes. It was a TikTok recipe, and now it's in the regular rotation. And it started with the kids who saw it on TikTok. It was easy to make. I'm a sucker for those things, but once they get into like, I don't know, like step 7, 8, 9, 10, I'm like, this is cooking. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing.
I think like overall the ingredients sometimes the word, like tahini, for example. You know, I don't really think I knew what tahini was or Takis 3 or 4 years ago, but I like both of them now. So maybe not the whole recipe, Steve, but like parts of those recipes will sort of work their way into the
zeitgeist. I hear you.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Nick, what icing did you want?
I don't want to.
Whatever you want to be, fine with me.
I think it is better.
Okay. All right. So a couple more quick ones, and then we're going to do playing a clip here for the connoisseur. Casey had mentioned this one earlier in the year. Scrambled pancakes was a TikTok trending thing.
Right. Yes, that's right.
And it's classic pancakes, but scrambled like eggs. Some people hate it. Other people have called it genius. And the last one I'll mention is ramen carbonara. TikTokers are giving the Buldak Ramen brand an upgrade with this by tossing it on the stove with heavy cream and egg. So it kind of makes a carbonara out of your ramen.
That's pretty interesting.
That one I might try. So these are the top TikTok food trends so far this year. Hands. All right, you ready? Corner. All right, let's play a clip, see if you know what movie this is from. It's a food clip, and if you know it, we got a prize on this end for you. Here we go.
And if they want to drink Merlot, we're drinking Merlot. No, if anybody orders Merlot, I'm leaving. I am not drinking any Merlot.
All right, that's an easy one.
Yeah.
215-263-WMMR. That is the number. Order up. So new research suggests that the pumpkin spice reign is coming to an end.
What?
Yes.
Because their stuff is already rolled out in the pumpkin spice realm.
Well, sure, but I think it's just where now you're still going to find it, but its popularity seems to be waning. The poll of 2,000 U.S. adults reveals that more than half of Americans believe there are better, less popular flavors for the season.
Like pumpkin spice Ozempic?
Fan favorite fall flavors like cinnamon, salted caramel, and candy apple all rank above pumpkin spice, and maple isn't far behind. A third of respondents even get into arguments about which fall flavor is best. It makes sense that people are ready for something different, as the average American has been indulging in pumpkin spice for the past 8 years or so. It's
I would
been
say
really, really popular.
Had a stranglehold for quite a while. You're not a...
I mean, I don't dislike it, but I don't like, here's what I like. I like carrot cake. I think that's a perfect representation of quote-unquote pumpkin spice. Or, I'm sorry, pumpkin pie.
Yeah.
But once you start adding that flavor to a whole bunch of other things like, drinks and other stuff that
a little too much?
It should be involved in. Yeah. But I do like it. So while 59% of people are likely to indulge in fall flavors at different times of the year, some believe that pumpkin spice and candy apple should be off limits during other seasons.
It's not going to be the case, though.
But cinnamon and salted caramel can be enjoyed year-round. The fall, by the way, is the favorite season of 34% of Americans.
Really?
Followed by summer at 29% and winter at 12%.
I love fall.
I love
really
early
do.
fall.
Yeah.
I love that crisp evening.
I agree. Yeah, because a lot of times we get boned out of spring. We did this year.
You know what the first day of fall is this year?
What?
Emma Barbecue.
Oh!
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the beginning of fall as well, but then once it starts to slide into
cold death,
winter, and once the trees lose all their leaves, then I'm like, all right, I want
do you
spring.
even consider December fall? Because technically 2/3 of it is fall. But
No, I don't.
No. Yeah, me neither.
I automatically associate it with winter, even though it's not really.
As soon as you get past Thanksgiving, we're in winter.
Yeah. All right, let's see if somebody knows what movie this clip is from.
And if they want to drink Merlot, we're drinking Merlot. No, if anybody orders Merlot, I'm leaving. I am not drinking any Merlot.
All right, we're going to go to Patrick, see if we can get the answer for that. Hey, Patrick, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good. All right, Patrick, what movie is that from, sir?
It's from Sideways.
Sideways. Absolutely correct. All right, Casey, what are we going to set Patrick up with, please?
We're going to hook you up with a 4-pack of tickets for the Oddities and Curiosity Expo. It's this Saturday and Sunday at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. You can see all kinds of oddities vendors, dark artists showcasing things like animal skulls and bones, taxidermy, preserved specimens, handcrafted oddities, jewelry, creepy clothing, and a whole lot more. And you can get tickets and information at odditiesandcuriositiesexpo.com.
Hey, somebody, two things. I'm going to mention something about that clip from Sideways, but somebody had texted in and said, hey, by the way, guys, Preston made that edible charcuterie board. That was a viral trend. So there you go.
Yeah, you're right.
I've done that before. So,
All right.
All right.
I think I'm the only one who hasn't made any of these.
All right. By the way, so that clip, it's interesting because when Paul Giamatti's character says that about Merlot, it actually affected Merlot's sales worldwide because of that. But what I had heard, someone had told me is it's not that he doesn't like the grape and the wine of Merlot. It is that if you watch the movie close enough, at the very end, when he's taking out his prized bottle of wine and he's drinking it by himself in a diner out of a styrofoam cup, and it's a very expensive bottle of wine, apparently that is a Merlot blend. And I think that the theory is that he associates Merlot with his ex-wife because they were both wine people. And that, they're going through this divorce and it just wrecks him, that he just wants nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with the flavor of Merlot.
Yeah.
Yet it impacted the industry that way. It's pretty interesting. All right, here's the next clip. Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Grill the bun, flip the meat, melt the cheese. It never changes. It never gets any better or worse.
Okay, just listen for a second.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. What movie is that from? Order up. This is very, very interesting. A1 steak sauce. Do you guys like it?
I love it. I do. I do like it. I don't use it a lot. I used to use it more when
Same here. Yeah, but
It's
I've learned to appreciate steak
Mm-hmm.
and the flavor from the meat itself, so I do not use steak sauce for steak. Now, I'll use it for hamburgers and things like that from time to time.
Yeah, Five Guys, it's actually a condiment that you can choose.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's interesting because it is, despite what people have to say about it, many people love this, but the savory, meaty flavor imparted by the condiment is interesting where that flavor comes from. Many ardent lovers of steak sauce, one brand rules them all. It's A1. If you've ever wondered what gives it its characteristic flavor, which is often described as savory yet tart, the answer is a fairly uncommon ingredient. So along with components like tomato paste vinegar and dried garlic, which you find in tons of sauces, A1 sauce contains crushed orange puree.
Really?
Compare this to Lee & Perrins, another popular steak sauce brand, and you'll find that orange puree is missing, while tomato paste, vinegar, and garlic all make an appearance. While orange puree is less common in steak sauce, orange is often paired with red meat. For example, orange beef is a popular Chinese-American dish, combines the bright, acidic flavors of citrus fruit with the meat, robust flavor of flank steak. The orange puree in A1 sauce has a similar effect, which is likely why the condiment remains beloved by so many. Anyone who's ever had it is aware that the satisfying tanginess the sauce imparts is part of the appeal.
I'm trying to think if I taste or can perceive that at all. I don't.
I can't pick up orange.
No.
But definitely pick up that tangy.
I do, and that's one of the
acidic.
selling points of A1.
So orange puree is a welcome addition.
I drink it.
To savory sauce because it creates a more complex flavor than you get from the sauce alone. Citrus fruits also help tenderize meat, which creates a delectably juicy texture. Lemons and limes have a similar effect on meat, but their bold citrus flavor could be too powerful for a savory sauce. Conversely, oranges have a milder, sweeter flavor that melds with the other ingredients beautifully.
Where does A1 come from, the name? Do we know that? I think we talked about that once before, and I totally forgot.
And it wasn't that long ago, and I do not remember.
I know one is a letter and one is a number.
The label on A1 steak sauce does not go into detail about the components of the brand's orange puree. However, orange puree usually includes all parts of the orange, even the peel and the pith, which is the white stuff that is attached to the orange peel.
So there's pith in it?
There's pith in it.
I gotta
Did
take
you
a
pith in this?
The term A1 originates as a ship insurance term in the UK to describe a first-rate ship, Steve, by Lloyd's.
A1.
There you
Lloyd's
go.
of London, yeah. And so it was a top brand for the sauce. When I have a steak, I like I often like having a potato side dish, and I enjoy the A1 with the potato.
Agreed.
Thank you, Chef.
100%. Thank you, Chef.
Hands.
All right, let's see if somebody knows what movie this is from.
Grill the bun, flip the meat, melt the cheese. It never changes. It never gets any better or worse.
Okay, just listen for a second.
All right, let me go to Sarah. Hey, Sarah, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Awesome, Sarah. Do you know what movie that's from?
I'm pretty sure it's Pleasantville.
It is Pleasantville. Hang on. We got a prize for you.
All right, for you, Sarah, we are going to hook you up with a 4-pack of tickets for an advanced screening of Blink Twice. This is going to be on Wednesday, August 21st at the Regal King of Prussia. This stars Naomi Ackie, Channing Tatum, and Christian Slater, and it was written by Zoe Kravitz. Blink Twice, only in theaters August 23rd.
You know, it's a pretty hot scene in Pleasantville when Reese Witherspoon seduces Paul Walker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Very much so. All right, here's another clip for you. What movie is this from?
Look, I'm Great Nose Boy. Bloobity, 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 stop it, bloobity, bloobity,
Would you
bloobity,
stop?
bloobity.
I assume he's using a grape in that movie.
It's Passion of the Christ. I'll give it away.
No. Don't ruin it. 215-263-WMMR. Order up. All right, this sounds pretty good for, easy to make food at home. Kraft Mac and Cheese has added 2 new bold flavor additions to their lineup.
How often does mac and cheese end up on your menu at home?
For me personally, very rarely.
Yes.
But my
Almost
kids
never
make it all the time.
Oh.
Which Mac do you prefer?
Just a straight up regular Kraft Mac and Cheese original. So, but this sounds pretty good. Jalapeno mac and cheese.
I could get into that.
I'm down with that.
And ranch mac and cheese.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Casey's not saying anything. Tight-lipped on this one. No ranch.
I love that jalapeno mac and cheese. That's really good.
Kraft says the new flavors are more than just delicious twists on a classic flavor. They embody what Kraft Mac and Cheese has always stood for: comfort, familiarity, and a sense of warmth that has filled fans up and helped them re-ground and reset through every stage of their lives.
So 2 things. You said ground. I do like hamburger meat in my mac and cheese.
Okay.
A. And B, I do like it in overcooked. I like it crispy on the edges. I like it burnt a little bit. That's how I like my mac and cheese. Call me a communist, but that's the way I like it.
So you would prefer like a baked mac and cheese?
Yes.
More so than
that always wins.
Your regular stovetop. The new flavors sell for $1.99 per box.
What?
Yeah, that's
highway robbery.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not as good?
Okay,
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
good. $2. But I'm intrigued by the jalapeno. I always liked adding salsa to my mac and cheese.
I've never had that.
Tex-Mex mac
I
and
use
cheese.
cake batter.
If I may,
It's all the rage.
Have the platform for 1 second. I would
Yes,
like
Chef.
to reiterate to Wawa that your buffalo chicken mac and cheese with the spicy buffalo chicken sauce on top of it is dearly missed by one Nick McElwain.
They took it away?
They sure did. And Steve, it's why it's great is that you can bake it. You can and so you get the cooked crust. On
Don't you
top.
like that?
Love it.
I love it,
And
yeah.
you add the spice of the buffalo chicken sauce and then some healthy meat in there, and you've got yourself a meal. Put spinach on top.
And then it's healthy.
And then it's healthy.
Yeah, you made it a healthy meal.
Bring it back, Wawa.
Put some creatine on top. It's all right.
Protein.
You heard it right here. All right, what movie is this from?
Look, I'm Great Nose Boy. Bloobity, 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 stop it, bloobity, bloobity,
Would you
bloobity,
stop?
bloobity.
All right, we'll go to Tom. Good morning, Tom. Oh, yeah. Wow.
That's that red velvet, man.
Really, it's the power of the red velvet.
Tom, what movie is that?
Good Burger.
Good Burger. Yep, that is correct, sir.
I didn't recognize that, but yes, of course.
Hang on here. Here's what we have for you.
We got
What's a Passion of the Christ?
It's 4-pack of tickets for an advanced screening of Blink Twice, Wednesday, August 21st at Regal King of Prussia, starring Naomi Ackie, Channing Tatum, and Christian Slater, written by Zoe Kravitz. Blink Twice, only in theaters August 23rd.
All right, here's another food clip from a movie. What film is this?
Do you like white meat or dark?
Dark.
Dark? You know, the dark part's more fatty, but it's cool. It's cool to like that part.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Call right now. It is time for the fast food roundup. Got a few stories from the world of fast food that I'm going to compile together. There is a new crispy chicken sandwich coming from Chick-fil-A starting at the end of August for a limited time, as well as the returning fan favorite banana pudding milkshake.
Okay.
That has been missing from the menu for over a decade. That sounds lovely.
Yeah, you know what? I really do like Chick-fil-A, but I never go to Chick-fil-A.
Do you not have one near you?
Nah, I don't. Yeah.
So that's the key. If you got one near you, it's worth going to.
Yeah, my son asked me to go to Chick-fil-A yesterday, and there was no Chick-fil-A that was close. I don't know who was more disappointed in the answer of no, if it was him or me. Because when he said it, I was like, man, I would love Chick-fil-A, but there's nowhere.
Does he drive yet?
He does.
Yeah.
But, he was homesick, yeah.
There's also a banana frosted coffee that's coming soon. So this one, I had this. This is a limited offer sandwich that they had, and it was really good, really messy, really good, and super duper fattening. The honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich. Wow. It returns in its original form, and also the spicy honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich. Replaces the standard chicken fillet with a spice fillet and pickled jalapenos.
I never had these.
That is 620 calories, by the way, for that.
The pimento sandwich sounds quite good.
It's really good.
Make me one.
The banana pudding has been in hibernation for the past 13 years and features Chick-fil-A's Ice Dream dessert, real bananas, and vanilla wafer cookies topped with whipped cream and a cherry. That's 730 calories, by the way.
So it's basically like a weight loss thing.
You have that for breakfast and then a sensible meal later on.
I associate banana pudding with my mother. My mother would make banana pudding because I loved it so much, and she would put the vanilla wafers. Oh, my God.
That was a very popular dessert for a stretch.
Talk about Viagra. I got boner right now, yeah.
And if you put lady fingers
human
in the bottom, that was another wonderful way to go with that.
You're right. Yeah.
So the new items will be available starting August 26th. And since these are seasonal releases, they'll only be available for a limited time while supplies last. Also, in an effort to help parents save some bucks during the back-to-school season, Wendy's is giving away free kids' meals with the purchase of any combo meals. It's available through September 2nd. Includes 4-piece chicken nugget, regular spicy, cheeseburger or hamburger with either junior French fries or apple slices. Kids can then choose their favorite drink, including lemonade or chocolate milk, and get a toy with their meal as a bonus. So this is for a limited time.
They're pulling out all the things they used to do to get people in.
Yeah,
like the toys.
You need to order it. It has to be in a the free meal requires the purchase of a premium combo meal that includes one of Wendy's premium sandwiches, a side of beverage, and you also have to enter through the app to do that. But there's no limit on how many times you can access it between now and September 2nd.
If it's confusing, there are personal shoppers on hand to help you.
Oh, good.
And then, this is our other fast food roundup story. I love this. Taco Bell is famous for tweaking its menu by discontinuing certain items and then bringing them back occasionally. But now they've decided to re-release some classic menu items from decades past. And this re-release is only for stores in California for now.
What?
But hang on. I think it's going to, they'll tease a national release later this year. So here are the 5 favorites that are returning at Taco Bell. And they're each from separate decades.
All right.
So the 1960s item is the tostada. It's one of their original menu items. It came out of the first location in 1962.
Can't say I remember it.
Dude, the tostada is a pain in the ass. Because essentially, it's a flat taco.
Yeah, it's an open-faced taco.
Open-faced taco, and it is the messiest thing you've ever tried to eat in your life. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point?
So that's coming out. The 1970s item is the green burrito. It is a burrito with bean and cheese fillings, onions, a green salsa made from green chili, tomatillos, and jalapenos. That will be available.
Can you detect much difference in your in those types of salsas when it comes to taste? Because I can't.
Oh, I can.
Can you really? Okay.
Oh, yeah. I think they all are. The salsa roja and what is the green salsa? Verde. It tastes completely different to me.
Salsa green ha.
The 1980s item. People are going to love this. The Mexi Melt is coming back.
But I found I have a hack for that one because they have the cheesy roll-up.
Right.
And you just order a cheesy roll-up and ask them to put beef in there, and there's your beef Mexi Melt.
I'm sorry, you're allowed only one major food innovation a day.
Shoot.
So it's a folded flour tortilla with ground beef, pico de gallo, and 3 cheese melted mix of mozzarella cheddar and Monterey Jack. The 1990s item that's coming back is the beef gordita supreme.
I'm a fan of the gorditas.
The same 3-cheese blend as the Mexi Melt, lettuce, tomatoes, and reduced fat sour cream on top of seasoned beef and a flatbread. So that is from the 90s. And then the 2000 item they are bringing back is the caramel apple empanada.
Do you want to know what is one of my favorite dishes there? The gordita crunch.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
In case you like this caramel apple empanada.
Yeah, huge fan of that. When it went away, I was sad.
Crisp exterior and
Why
warm
do you cry, young man?
filling of apples and caramel flavor. So these are all coming back in California for now, but that means they'll probably roll them out later on at in nationwide locations.
So this History Channel series that I mentioned all the goddamn time, the people that fed America.
Yeah.
So they talk about a lot of times where these menu items come from. A lot of times they come from franchisees in these different restaurants, and they will put out a sort of the clarion call, try to invent something.
Yeah.
And that's how you had, I think that's how, was it the Filet-O-Fish came into being? But sandwiches that are now very much part of menus were invented by franchisees in many cases.
All right, let's see if somebody knows what movie this is from.
Do you like white meat or dark?
Dark.
Dark? You know, the dark part's more fatty, but it's cool. It's cool to like that part.
All right, let me go to Jake. Hey, Jake.
Hey.
Hey, bud, can you name that movie?
I can. One of my favorites, For Love of the Game.
That's right. Our buddy Kevin Costner in that one. All right, here's what we have for you.
Jake, you have our final 4-pack of tickets for an advanced screening of Blink Twice, Wednesday, August 21st at the Regal King of Prussia. And Blink Twice, which was written by Zoe Kravitz, is only in theaters on August 23rd.
And allow me to recommend it is streaming if you want to watch it, and you should. Horizon, the Kevin Costner first movie in this saga is available. It is really, really good.
Here is our last clip about food. Let's see if you know what movie it's from.
There go the goddamn brownies.
I never would have gotten that one. All right, 215-263-WMMR. Final order is up. Lay's is bringing some international flavors to the U.S. According to food blogger Marky Devo, he spilled the tea on the flavors. And actually, a couple of these sound pretty good. So the Lay's Wavy Tzatziki, inspired by the refreshing Greek flavors of yogurt, lemon, dill, garlic, and other unique elements. I like that. I love tzatziki. Lay's Masala, a delectable fusion of spices including cumin, coriander, turmeric, and pepper. And then there's Lay's Honey Butter. And then on top of that, Lay's announced that one lucky fan of their guest will have the chance to win a trip to one of the flavor origin countries, either India, Korea, or Greece.
So the only one I'm not that into is the last one, the honey peanut butter. Is that what you said?
Honey butter.
Honey butter.
Yeah, that doesn't. That's got to be Korea.
The other two working for me.
Yeah,
that's fine. Do you think that they're sort of taking a nod from the Hers program?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, trying to incorporate some
different
unique
flavors. What is? I know Rochelle is like Claire. The potato chips with the meals. Oh, always right. Big deal. What is the potato chip? The default potato chip.
Rochelle likes the sour cream and cheddar Ruffles. That tends to be her favorite. I do like, if I'm having a sandwich, I like to have a crunchy side to munch on. A lot of times I go for pretzel crisps.
Ooh, those are good.
I'm not. I have chips every now and then, but I always feel
dirty,
really guilty and dirty when I'm
like
eating
a filthy whore.
Potato chips. They're just a bit greasy for me.
Appetite-wise, I'm leaning away from chips these days. Like I could house a bag of Doritos, no problem. But like these days, man, I'm going like Sun Chips. I'm going. You like a good pop chip?
Yeah, those are good.
That's what I'm going for.
I do the lightly salted. I love the entire Hers line is great. They have a great lightly salted basic chip that comes in a yellow bag, and it is just a straight up fine sandwich chip.
If I'm gonna dive in and just say screw it and rub it all over my face, my favorite kind of potato chip is salt and vinegar.
If you like that, you got to try the Dirty Bitch.
Bitch.
An incredible flavor.
So anyhow, there's a chance for you to win a trip to either one of those countries or those flavors.
When was the last time you had a Muncho?
Long time ago.
Not that long ago.
Okay.
Somebody bought a bag and had it at our house.
Like they still have these?
It wasn't me, and I like them.
Yeah, me too.
But I can't overdo it with them. Once I have too many of them, then I'm like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't sit right.
Do you know what I used to really eat all the time? I mean, I love these friggin' things, and I haven't had them in decades. Potato sticks.
Oh my God, yes.
I
I
love those
remember
too.
them.
Talk about leaving grease on your
Oh
hands.
my God. And that's why I stopped eating them.
Yeah.
It's just, they're just greasy, like beyond all you couldn't justify it. But I love those friggin' things.
Yeah. I think Planters used to have that
tube of it, yeah.
That they would sell. I love those.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see if somebody knows what movie this is from.
There's all the goddamn brownies.
Where are all the goddamn brownies? 215-263 WMMR. We'll go to Tony. Hey, Tony. Morning, bud.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, Tony. What movie is that food clip from?
That'd be The Burbs.
The Burbs.
You know, that's Bruce Dern, and you know who else is in that movie? Corey Feldman.
Yes, that's right. He's a
And
neighbor.
so is Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks.
Okay. So who won? Tony. Tony won
Yeah,
a
hang on,
4-pack of
Tony.
tickets for the Oddities and Curiosity Expo. It's going to be tomorrow and Sunday at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks, and you can see all kinds of oddities vendors and dark artists showcasing things like animal skulls and bones and taxidermy, preserved specimens, handcrafted oddities, jewelry. Kathy, is the Kathy Romano collection going to be there? No? Okay. Also, creepy clothing and more. You can get tickets at odditiesandcuriositiesexpo.com.
All right, I got one more thing. I lied. This isn't the last one. I got to do this because Dairy Queen's Fall Blizzard menu has come out.
Oh, yeah.
It rolls out on August 26th, but they are sharing all of the treats we can look forward to. So the newest items include caramel Java chip blizzard.
Okay.
Which is made with coffee, choco, espresso crunch pieces.
I'm going to give that a thumbs up.
And a caramel blended with their soft serve. Fan favorites that are returning to DQ this fall include a pumpkin pie blizzard, the French silk pie blizzard, the Oreo fudge brownie blizzard.
All right, we're sticking pretty good here.
The salted caramel truffle blizzard. The Reese's Pieces cookie dough blizzard, and the Royal New York cheesecake blizzard as well.
I don't think there's a stinker in that lot.
No, but they are missing something. They really need to capitalize on the peppermint stick, the candy cane thing. And have you ever had a good peppermint stick ice cream?
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Yeah, but like
Not
a
a fan.
chocolate peppermint stick blizzard would be good.
That's not a bad idea. In case you're coming up with all kinds of ideas.
Honestly, yes, chef.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Nick, what did you think of your, what are we calling them?
I like Batter Up.
Yeah.
Or Casey Cakes, but I thought it was really good. It's a dessert.
Yeah.
It's not a breakfast, right?
No.
I had
Totally
the
a
I had the yellow one with the buttercream frosting.
Yep.
It was really good.
Yeah.
I enjoyed
if
it.
if you are just checking in, Casey regaled us with his latest invention in food, and it is to use cake batter but cook them as pancakes.
Yes.
And so Casey Cakes have been born.
Yes.
Two things. Nick approved.
Thank
you. Second of all, I don't know if this is a compliment or not because it's coming from me, but I would have it again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
I got two other flavors are there that you haven't tried yet. So
Okay.
I had two.
Yeah.
I had one with icing and without. I had both times I had red velvet, and it rocked.
What are the other flavors?
Well, somebody just mixed up some funfetti for us. To be honest with you, I didn't care for it as much as I liked the yellow cake. I thought the yellow cake was better than the funfetti.
All right.
I hope that's not sacrilege.
No, it's whatever you want it to.
Yeah.
All right. That's all the time we have for the connoisseur this morning, folks. So hopefully you got some useful information out of that, and maybe you won some prizes. Who knows? And if you're not careful, you learn something.
You might learn something like funfetti.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We have an announcement to make in conjunction with the Bizarre Files. So stay put. We'll be right back.
Hidden stash of pens, and at least
Great.
half
I
of
won't
them.
have anything to write with tonight when I get there. That's my.
Don't worry, there's 1,000 pens and markers up there,
You
Jack.
have plenty to
You're
write
good.
with.
We'll put them
You
back.
better put them back, Casey.
Not to
But
mention
listen.
the 3 dozen pens you have in your briefcase.
No. I can never find a pen. That's where they're hidden because there's never nothing to write with.
Can't
And when I'm-
find them because they're all up there.
Jackie, there's 50 of them here, and 20 of them are chewed on.
Well, I'm not going to say I chewed them, but I do say I hide them all.
All right, so if you put them in your mouth, are you sure that at any point in time you don't give a quick little nibble?
Maybe I do, yeah.
Jackie.
Yes.
You just gave yourself a one-way ticket to the penitentiary.
By the way, somebody texted in and said, Cord was just a red herring. It was Bam Bam in 4F with the big pen.
Yes. What about all the panties with skid marks in Kathy's garbage can?
Those are mine.
Oh, they're yours?
Yeah.
All right.
We have it. All right, anyhow.
Well, she immediately fessed up.
But I think we solved something.
We did.
I know. I'm pretty happy that
good.
we got to the bottom of that.
Yeah.
Very rare that we actually do. So
Teamwork.
That was
Well,
cool.
we have to talk to HR now. That's what they're going to do.
Bert Kreischer is still here, the machine, the conqueror himself, who will be at Helium Comedy Club today, tonight, and then through the weekend.
Until the autopsy.
Until the autopsy takes place. He's got his bottle of Fireball.
There's no surprise ending for this one night.
Been enjoying this morning.
Just blackout.
Our other guests we love having here anytime he can. There's a very cool party coming up. Some of us have been to it before, and it's for a great cause. For a great cause.
Santa you can do it.
Oh, one of those things.
God.
It's M. Night Shyamalan. Yeah. Good to see you this morning.
Thank you, guys.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, too.
All right. So, yeah, Bert, I know, was just a huge fan, and he wanted to stick around.
It's so cool meeting you. Like, you've given me so much enjoyment. Do you ever think that? Like, how you've, okay, we were sharing this, and I didn't want to talk about this on air because it may come out.
Tell the story that you were telling us. It's absolutely fine.
I saw Sixth Sense at a black movie theater.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And it was the coolest experience because it really brought me together with black dudes. Like, as soon as he goes back and he sees the blood, I realized it with every black dude. And I hear the guy behind me like, oh, dude's dead. Dude's dead. And then I stand up like, dude's dead. Dude's dead. And we start hitting each other. We're all standing up in the movie theater. It was so, and then we sat in the lobby for an hour later breaking down the movie being like, yeah, thermostat drops. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, the mom, she was talking to herself. She was talking to herself. She was talking to herself.
Well, if I can bring people together, that's really
best moment. That was the kid from New Kids on the Block. Shut up! Shut up!
That's the surprise.
Yeah. Last night, and I was just skimming through the channels. Yeah. So you had Unbreakable.
Oh!
You had The Village.
The Village!
Hey, just a minute, Bert.
Calm down, Bert.
You had Unbreakable, The Village, Lady in the Water, and The Visit were all on
TV?
last night.
Wow.
Every single one of them. And is it because it's this time of year that maybe the cable companies say, all right.
How much money do you have?
I think as a new movie is coming out, as it's coming out, they try to play my movies again.
Okay.
So they feel there's more attention and people want to catch up on old movies they haven't seen and those kind of things. So as this new movie's coming out, they start playing the old ones. By the way, I have to say,
yes.
Whenever I tend to not go on radio shows, I've said this to you guys around the country because like the cowbells and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I always go, would Kubrick do this? And now as I'm sitting next to you in your underwear, I'm questioning my very
decision.
status.
Yeah.
I mean, it reminds me of in high school when I was on the swim team, but this is the last time I think I've seen a male in a Speedo.
Get ready, a wave's coming. Do you underestimate your audiences sometimes in a movie or overestimate them and they'll figure this out now? How did you know we were going to figure it out then? That's what I can't understand. How did you know I was going to get it when he went, and I was like, how did you know I was going to stand up, grab a black dude by his dreadlocks and go, dude's dead? How did you know
I'm going to guess that part he did not know. But that
it's called the dreadlock moment. Yes. A technical term for it. And
someone better get a picture of me getting a shot with M. Night Shyamalan.
So what do we drink? What is this?
It's Fireball.
If you guys are all drinking it, I'll definitely do it.
I'll take a picture.
See?
I'll have a shot. Anybody who wants a shot, step forward. Now, unless we do this right now, we aren't able to do a shot before 9 a.m. because it's 8:58 a.m. And
we got to do
say
this.
that we did shots before 9 a.m. You ready?
Yeah.
So, cheers, everybody.
Bert Kreischer raised it up.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hey, it is a pleasure meeting you, man. Thank you so much for what you do.
Here you go. Toast.
Guys, cheers.
Cheers.
All right, I got to go to the Helium Comedy Club and do a show now.
Hey,
what are you doing? What are you doing at noon?
Yeah.
I got an extra Speedo.
Bill Bill Weston, man about town.
Oh, let's make a call.
Is he out in the hallway?
I don't know. But that's like the Bill Weston.
He's dressed as Professor Snape.
It's a pretty good costume.
From Harry Potter. It actually is really good, but I can't believe that's Bill.
Bill Weston to the Air Studio. Bill Weston to the Air Studio.
There he is. There he is. He's here, man about town. Oh, my God.
He looks like Emo Phillips' brother. That's good, Bill. That's actually, you have a sort of Rickman-esque quality to you.
That's really good.
Yeah,
Get on the mic here, dude.
Professor.
Yeah. And do your best Snape impression.
I don't, somebody said, "What's his first name?" I said, "Snervius" or Severus or something.
Snervius.
What is it?
You got it.
Severus.
It is.
Mo.
What is it?
Severus.
Snervius.
Severus.
Snervius. We should have let him go all day.
Snervius. I'm Snervius Snape. I'm
nice to meet
his
you.
slowest brother. I gotta put. My teeth don't sit right.
Snervius Snape. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Now are you snooing?
Do you have a wand? Did you get it?
No, I didn't do the wand.
We need to have a
when
wand.
I went to, we had a big Halloween party on Saturday
Oh,
night.
here. I got a one.
Okay.
I got a one.
I know what he's getting.
I know what he's getting too.
Yeah.
It's probably what they threw out on the field of the Bills game.
Yes, indeed.
Right?
Dildo.
That's great.
Hang on a second, Casey. We'll get your Snervius.
It's perfect for your
Yeah, I'm not going to hold on to that thing. I'm not. I'm not, because somebody's going to take a picture of it, and I'm not touching that thing.
Say Wingardium Leviosa.
Leviar Leviosa. Oh my God, that is just
That's
wrong.
great, Bill.
You want a black one instead or
No.
Was it a theme? Did
No,
you?
sorry, Marissa, you lost your opportunity.
Drumstick. There you go.
Thank you.
There's your
All
one.
Were you and the missus doing a Harry Potter?
Yeah, she
thing?
dressed up as
Hermione?
Maggie Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever that is.
Minerva.
Minerva.
Yeah, McGonagall.
Oh, yeah. All right, so do you have a delivery? Do you know how he speaks?
No. Well,
Yeah.
I
It's
went
Alan
on,
Rickman.
I know.
Yeah.
I love Alan Rickman. I was talking to people about
Welcome to Hogwarts.
Galaxy Quest and Robin Hood and all these great roles or whatever. But no, I couldn't.
very aristocratic. You know.
Yes.
Finish this line. Turn to page 305. Close. 94.
Okay.
All right.
That was good.
You are surely wondering why I have summoned you.
Oh, wait, he doesn't have his headphones on.
All right.
Sneverus.
Sneverus is
This is Snurpy Snipplesmayer.
Here we go.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
you have to space out your.
I am Snervius Snappus Snippler, and I drink Snapple for the enjoyment, and I click the lid.
And my least favorite soup is Snapper.
Snapper.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore,
You have to space out your syllables.
That's good. That's good.
Speak.
I will have a sarsaparilla.
I had mentioned earlier that I'm a fan of escape rooms. They're a fun activity that you can do with friends or family or coworkers. And basically the concept is you get placed into a room with a group of people, and there are a series of clues in this room, and there's some sort of a mission that you have to execute. Sometimes it's get a key and get out of the room. Other times it's you've got to solve a murder mystery, or you have to find a missing person or something like that.
It's like a real-world puzzle situation.
Yeah. And you're usually given a time limit, about an hour, to get through all the clues, work together, and achieve the mission. And then you're declared victorious. If not, then, well, you didn't make it. So we decided to incorporate that. I think we're going to go to our main man who helms he's got the keys to MMR. He's the man about town, of course. Bill Weston, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, there we are.
Hey!
How you doing, Bill?
I'm okay.
All right.
All right.
We see you standing in front of it says 1313.
Oh.
Which is like the Munsters, yes.
So it's I've been told it's the Bates Manor.
The Bates Manor
is the whole deal, and it's a mansion, and Mr. Bates apparently has a lot of cash on hand, and you guys are going to have to get in there and get it and get out. There's a safe somewhere in there that you need to crack get in, get the loot, and get out before the cops get there, which I assume is within an hour right after it starts.
He's the patriarch. He is Master Bates, right?
Yeah, he is Master Bates. No. So, Bill, we were going to set you up with Jackson and Matt Cord. Are they handy? Are they there nearby?
I have not seen them.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I don't know. It's rather strange for a disc jockey to be late.
Yeah, that's true. Well, you know what? Maybe we can help you out. Let's see. Is there anybody else we might be able to substitute for? Because we got to get this underway.
Last-minute replacements? Is it even doable?
I don't know.
I also hear that there's going to be other members, like a couple other people besides Jackson and Matt. A newspaper reporter is going to come along with us because we act as a team.
Okay.
And you got to have at least 4 people to kind of figure out all the clues and try to advance into further rooms. And
well, you know what, Bill? I think we sent Nick down there because we wanted Nick to make sure everything ran smoothly, and Nick should be on location. Nick, could you see if there's anybody else that we could scare up because we do need to get this underway?
We can't be waiting fully. I mean, when they get there, they get there.
Yeah, if
Jackson
you've got,
or Matt.
I think Nick can hear us. Nick, if you can bring, if there's anybody like cast members or whatever, if you can bring them on out.
Sorry, I'm now down the hallway. Hey, Bill, here's this is Pitchuation.
Oh, God.
Here, come on in, Pitch.
Intern Pitchuation.
Yeah, he's here with us. And this guy.
Who else we have?
We got a really tall guy.
Jackie Bam Bam.
Jackie Bam Bam. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Who else?
Last but not least, come on around the corner, young man.
It's Gary Lauer.
Oh, my God. I mean,
he's locked in a room with Gary Lauer.
This is going to be the most cacophonous sounding radio bit with Nick's booming voice and pitch like glass shattering. Nothing but loud people in here.
Well, you know, it works out, Bill, because just by happenstance, the people we believe you'd most want to be locked up with are there around you right now.
Oh, and Bill, if you haven't figured it out, Jackson and Matt were never going to be down there being part of this. We had this set up.
I thought there might be some type of prank going on here because Jackson never gets up for anything.
So we were wondering who Bill Froggy. It's all about teamwork for this, and we thought, well, who might it be difficult for Bill to corral and get? So as much as we love Jackie and he's the most amazing overnight guy ever, he is a bit scattered. He's a little all over the place.
I got microphones on me and my pants are falling down. They told me to wear pockets. I didn't wear them.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, I got some stories for you, and then we have an announcement right after those stories. So, a doctor is on probation after issues with 2 colonoscopy procedures he supervised, including one involving a screaming patient.
Oh, boy.
Dr. Ishwari Prasad was placed on probation by the Florida Board of Medicine. He's also required to pay a $7,500 fine. So Prasad of Florida, gastroenterologist, was not wearing his hearing aids during 2 colonoscopy procedures that he oversaw in 2023.
Up my butt.
The Florida Department of Health administrative complaint stated that during one or both procedures, the surgical team could not effectively communicate with him.
That's a big mistake.
The complaint also stated that during the first colonoscopy, Prasad improperly delegated a surgical technician, someone without a medical license, with a task the individual should not have performed. Prasad started inserting the scope before the patient was completely sedated during the second colonoscopy, and the patient began yelling. Prasad,
she seems upset.
Has been licensed in Florida since 1990 and will not be allowed to perform any gastroenterology procedures on his own until he is either evaluated by the University of Florida Assessment Program and performs at least 10 gastroenterology procedures under the supervision of a physician.
Tell you that again because that clearly sounds more like a colonoscopy than a roller coaster ride.
Amina Abakarova, a 40-year-old chess player from the Russian Republic of Dagestan, stands accused of trying to poison another female player during a chess tournament.
Drink this.
Surveillance footage from the Dagestan Classic Chess Championship shows the 40-year-old woman spreading a substance later identified as mercury on the chessboard and pieces that would later be used by another player, Umayuganant Asamanova.
Diabolical.
So the footage clearly shows Abakarava walking over to the table where Asamanova was about to play and tampering with the chessboard and pieces before casually walking away so as not to draw attention. Her actions would have probably gone unnoticed has Osmanova not begun to experience symptoms like nausea and dizziness just 30 minutes later.
Would you like some mercury on your batter-up?
Osmanova ended up requiring medical assistance and is still recovering from the poisoning attempt. She told Russian reporters that she began feeling bad only a few minutes after taking a seat at the chess table and believes that she would have died if she hadn't noticed something strange on her chess pieces and on the chessboard.
Man, that's pretty cutthroat for chess.
After doctors confirmed that the victim had been poisoned with mercury, the chess tournament organizers checked the surveillance camera footage and saw that Abakarova had tampered with a rival's chessboard. When confronted with the evidence, the 40-year-old woman confessed to trying to poison her.
Wow.
With mercury from an old thermometer as a way to, quote, knock her out of the tournament, admitting that she felt personal hostility towards Osmanova. However, she denied wanting to harm her rival, claiming she only wanted to scare her.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
This is a story out of Oregon. A Florida man was rescued relatively unscathed from the Devil's Churn on Tuesday after tripping while taking a photo and falling about 15 feet into the ocean.
Oh, wow.
Back home to Argonne.
Jack Turnock, 70 years old, was on the south side of the chasm taking a photo when he tripped and tumbled into the ocean, and it was shortly before 1 p.m. He managed to swim to the north side and scramble onto the ledge several feet above the waterline where he waited for firefighters to arrive. Firefighters Shelby Knife and Nick Sherman walked around the east end of the churn before lowering a rope to secure him while they awaited for crew with an extension ladder. When they called to ask him if he was hurt, he replied, "Only my dignity."
I'm too tired.
Turnick's girlfriend, Deborah, said that she was still coming down the path from the parking lot when he fell in the water. She said, "I was up there. I didn't actually see him fall.
You're so stupid.
But I heard the splash and I heard somebody say, 'Oh my God, somebody fell in.' And I looked over and I didn't see him and I went, 'Oh no.'" She was unable to get cell service, but another visitor dialed 911 by the time the firefighters arrived, which was very quickly. Turnick managed to scramble onto the only ledge he could find, which still left him stranded between the incoming tide and sheer section of slippery cliff above. So they got him out.
What are you doing?
But a low tide and calm seas also attributed to a good outcome. That was not the case in 2021 when a 67-year-old California man attempted to jump across a narrow section of the Churn's chasm, only to slip and hit his head before falling into the ocean, later drowning after succumbing to the cold water. So
yeah.
Very, very dangerous. One of the firefighters said, "Be careful. He's one of the few people we've ever pulled out of here alive."
Lucky man.
Like most people don't make it out if they go in. Pretty wild. Let's see. All right, and then we'll end with this one. It's a chunky one, and maybe you saw this, but a Detroit judge on Tuesday forced a local teen visiting court on a field trip to don a jail uniform and handcuffs before subjecting her to the threat of jail time during an impromptu hearing before her peers and those watching the judge's courtroom online. Her offense? Sleeping in his courtroom and her, quote, attitude. She's 16 years old. Judge Kenneth King threatened the 16-year-old with jail for contempt of court despite her sleeping in between the hearings. He repeatedly suggested that she might need to spend some time behind bars, at one point describing graphic scenes and violence that could happen if she went to juvenile detention.
And they were there for a field trip?
Yep. Yeah. She was also ultimately allowed to go home, but not before King asked her peers to, by show of hands, to decide whether she should go to jail. Now that girl says she's traumatized from the event. The leader of the nonprofit that organized the outing for the students criticized King for his conduct. Marissa Ebersol, chairperson of the Greening of Detroit, said although the judge was trying to teach a lesson of respect, his methods were unacceptable. The group of students should have simply been asked to leave the courtroom if he thought they were disrespectful. While King defended his actions, He also said the entire encounter has been blown out of proportion and is traumatizing for him as well. He said, I wasn't trying to punish the young lady. What I was trying to do, I was trying to serve as a deterrent. I wanted to instill in this kid, this is not a joke. This is a very serious situation. Initially, King told the Free Press that he was advised not to speak in the event of any forthcoming litigation, but he went on to affirm that he thought he acted appropriately and sought to help the teen. Both King's decision to take the girl into custody and his de facto hearing were caught on camera. In between hearings, King addressed a gathering of the teens and their chaperones. He did so without wearing his robe and not from the bench. The video record shows that a separate student sitting in King's chair. After speaking for about 45 minutes, King walked over to the young woman and screamed, "Wake up!" And then he asked if he was boring her before suggesting there's one in every group. Roughly 10 minutes later, he had another brief interaction with the girl. It was not discernible what was said.
Well, young lady, you're going to Shawshank.
He ultimately decided she needed to take a walk in the back to see where we keep our people who are disrespectful to the court. He felt disrespected mainly by her body language, he said. And about 2 hours later, he had court staff bring her back in the room. At this point, she was wearing a green jumpsuit, the words Wayne County Jail printed on the back, and her hands are cuffed in front of her body.
So he's sort of improving a scared straight.
I guess so.
Yeah.
And by the way, they have restricted him from his duties for the time being. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, you guys ready for an announcement?
Yeah.
All right. Apologize for the lateness of this, but this is the return to maybe you have heard us tease this, but we have more details and we're ready to get this underway and find out who is going to be a part of the Preston and Steve MMRBQ live band karaoke. So, the Preston and Steve show side stage is back with live band karaoke. And it will be a new house band we're going to be using this year. They're called Musician Impossible.
Very cool.
And they will be the backing live band that you get to sing on stage with. This is what makes it different than regular karaoke. You don't get this version of the music. You get an actual band with live musicians backing you up. So, to audition for the slot, you need to go to WMMR.com and click on contest and submit a YouTube video link of you singing. So essentially, just an audition. We need to hear you sing, preferably to a song. I think that'd be nice. Yeah. The entry deadline is coming up quickly. It's August 23rd. I mean, today is the 16th. So we only have a little bit of time. Voting starts the following week. There will be 10 singers chosen, and each will get a 4-pack of MMRBQ tickets, as well as the opportunity to get on stage and to sing live in front of the audience.
So you're 3, right, for this, for the side stage? Hugely popular.
Yeah.
It's great. It fits in perfectly to the schedule as the RBQ is going on and during the pauses on the main stage. Everyone gravitates over. It's a lot of fun.
Yep. So all you have to do is go to WMMR.com, click on contest, and then submit a YouTube video link of you singing, and you might be one of the people that is chosen to come up and sing on stage at the MMR.
It's great.
Yeah. We've had a great time with this event. So let's get you on board. It's up and running. We'll take a break, and we will be right back. A little later on, Michael Longfellow from Saturday Night Live joining us. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
There you go.
Any underwear?
Of course you didn't. And Pitch, no, he never wears underwear. Pitch, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, this is great. I can hear everybody back in the studio.
Hey!
Everybody. Hey, how's Billy doing? I know Bill Weston's having the time of his life.
Oh, my God. They say this is like a really great team-building exercise. I'm really wondering what the outcome is going to be.
Last but not least,
all of these people.
Let's see how the mayor of Juniata Park is doing. Gary, can you hear me?
This is going to be a blast.
Oh, yeah?
Kindergarten for adult males. I think we're going to have a wonderful time, children.
I think you painted the best picture simply by saying kindergarten.
Yeah, and by the way, Gary, we've elected you team captain.
Oh, it's going down. It's going down.
I believe you have 1 hour from the time this starts. So is there anybody there to officially begin this whole thing, Bill? Is Randy nearby?
Randy gave me a bit of an orientation, like things like numbers on the wall then like there's locks, and I guess we got to find a key to get into the lock of the mailbox. Maybe that tells us how to get into the main door of the next room. And so, I guess
go ahead.
We're ready to get started.
We're looking at the collection here, Bill, on the monitor. It looks like the worst bachelor party ever.
All right, it started.
Clock is running. Go ahead in.
Go.
Let's do this.
Let's do stuff. Let's do it.
Let's do stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So there's a lock on the mailbox. There's also a lock over here on this
Oh my gosh, the first thing is a puzzle. Oh.
this birdhouse. All right. There's a flashlight hanging on the wall. That
Okay,
doesn't work.
they can't hear us right now, so we're going to listen in, and I'll kind of describe what they're doing. They're searching around the front door.
What the heck is this? It looks like one of those mirrors that they stick under a car to see if you got a bomb under there.
There's probably something.
Use that to look up above, and maybe there's something.
Bill's got the right idea.
I don't think Jackie Bam Bam understands what's going on.
That's the thing.
I think he thinks this is a kid's birthday party.
Yeah, I talked to Jackie this morning, and I'm like, "Look, have you been briefed on what's going to happen?" And he kind of sent me back. I don't know. It's kind of I was just told we got to get out of a room or something. So he doesn't really understand the whole concept of it all.
And Gary looks like he's just like he's picking things up and looking at them, but even if it was a clue, he's putting it back.
All right, let's listen in. Hang on. There's Pituation laughing.
Oh,
Jackie found something.
Thank you. I found a key.
Ah,
Nice going, Jack.
Key? Under the mat. Under the mat.
All right.
Catch, Peg.
Oh, you're welcome. How about is it small? Probably this one.
Yeah.
okay, they're about to open up the mailbox out front. Let's see.
We got it.
Okay.
All right, Jackie got it open. He found the key and he's getting it open.
Unlock the mailbox.
All right.
First, we have a letter inside the mailbox.
Let me try that key in this other lock.
What if Jackie's like a Manchurian candidate? Like he's been programmed, like he's Jason Bourne and doesn't know it.
He has no idea.
Yeah.
It's as requested. We've set your alarm code for a 4-digit number. Should you somehow forget the code, simply look around before entering the house. Please let us know if we can be of further assistance.
It'll probably be the number on the front.
Yeah.
Pointing to the 1313 house number on the side of the house. Where's it coming from?
Bill wants to know whose phone is ringing.
Your phone off?
It's Gary.
He's yelling at
Gary's got a
He's
phone.
yelling at Gary.
I told Gary goes out with a landline.
But is there a keypad?
That's an intercom.
That's an intercom.
It's once you go inside, there'll be a keypad.
There's a woman there. Is she part of the? Is she
I think
the
she's
journalist?
the newspaper
Okay.
reporter.
There's another key in here. There's another key inside the
I'll trade
mailbox.
you that key for this kid.
All right, so even just getting in takes this long, Preston.
There's a legitimate newspaper reporter there? I didn't know that was going to happen.
Either that or it's Jackie's girlfriend.
Wait, look, Gary took the second key and he's trying to unlock the front door.
Try the front door. They got to remember the code when they get in.
Gary just opened the door.
Okay.
Next room, we spent 3 minutes.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
And Bill Weston did none of it.
No, Bill.
Nice to meet you.
Dolores is.
Read that. You got glasses.
He has to
Bill?
corral
What's the
them.
alarm code?
1313.
Where's
No,
where's
so
the key?
1313.
Oh,
Yes.
there's an alarm going off.
Yep. Hang on.
1313.
Did it take it?
It took it.
They did it. Sometimes, Steve, they'll also they'll use computer monitors and so forth to send you if you're headed in the wrong direction for an extended amount of time.
Yeah.
Sometimes they will send clues over to you.
Will they do it over your phone as well, or will they?
Not the ones I've done.
Okay.
Sometimes there's a monitor that's mounted in the room. You'll hear a little prompt, and you can go over and look at the monitor, and it'll say, have you tried this? And it'll give you a vague direction on which to go.
Oh, here's.
There's a video.
This is a painting that's speaking.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a video.
You must work quickly to find your way out. Make your way to the safe and take the fortune hidden inside.
That is cool.
Hey, Bill Weston, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It seems like you guys, we've been watching the entire time. The teamwork is going, it's pretty damn good so
Figure
far.
out which one it is out of all these murders.
Hey, Gary, can you shut up? Shut up. Say that again, Preston.
I said the teamwork seems to be in place so far.
And you just totally undermined his observation by telling Gary to shut up.
Well, no, everybody's working. It's good. We got a team here, and
we're doing stuff.
Are you guys impressed by just how this room looks so amazing?
Steve is absolutely right.
Randy was telling me that this is not just cheap site. Will you?
Whose phone keeps going off?
Pad making this noise?
It's Gary Lauer.
It might be that pad.
They are stuck apparently at a point. They're attempting to play a game of chess, it looks like, and it's not going well.
Maybe they need some help. Bill, are you there?
I'm here, yes.
All right, Bill, Bill, are you guys stuck on a clue?
We're kind of stuck. Part of the thing is like we had to find this chess book, and we configured the chessboard exactly in the diagram of the thing. But it just looks like a regular chessboard and pieces on top. It doesn't look like there's some hidden lever or something that's going to be exposed. So we're kind of stuck on it.
Does it look like a number or anything like that? Are the chess pieces in a number?
Oh. Is there anything else that goes in conjunction with the chessboard besides just that book that's there?
Do we have to? Maybe we play the next move.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes.
But,
Yeah.
but who knows whose turn it is? That's the thing.
So the black moved over here. He took the rook.
Set the board up exactly like it's in the book.
Okay, Randy sounds a little impatient.
Randy does sound impatient.
What are you guys, morons?
Maybe you need to double check it. Maybe
stupid.
Play chess every day.
Maybe he's saying you didn't do it correctly.
I'd rather play checkers. It's fun.
All right, so yeah, maybe if you maybe you guys didn't set it up properly, and when you do, it will trigger something.
Okay. So bishop, pawn.
Gary has a magnifying glass.
Check that board.
Which he doesn't need to be using.
Wow. Look and see if there's something else.
Oh, this is straight up from Da Vinci Code.
Wow, that is wild, dude.
All right.
What am I hearing?
Oh, here, I got something.
Okay.
I cracked the cipher thing.
Oh, look, we opened the fire.
Oh, we did something!
Let me go first. I want the money.
How did that? Go ahead, Bill.
Quit yelling. Listen, grab them keys. All the keys, grab them. There's a metal box here. Access on the door.
Can you pull one? Don't.
All right. There we go.
Yo, Preston, we're going to do this, brother.
All right, ready?
Here we go.
Go for it.
Okay.
All right, secret door.
We've got a.
We're in another room, I think.
We got another room.
They just opened a secret door. Bill, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You guys just got into a secret door, it looks like.
This is wild. Wow, there's a lot.
Oh my God.
We're in our third room,
These people are so loud.
Jackie. Jackie, are you excited?
On the chain.
Flashlight's not working.
It's such a demure group.
Are you finding this pretty engaging? It looks like you're having a pretty good time.
Let me see if I can fix this.
I'm a little frustrated.
There's no lights in this third room, guys.
The chessboard was a difficult one because we didn't know the designation between a king and a queen, but it was pretty cool.
That's what the problem was. Okay.
All right, but just watching it looks fascinating.
Oh,
Gary, that's amazing. That's that's awesome.
Okay, it says Isaiah 11.
All right, I don't want to give away
too much.
any clues, so I'm going to turn that down.
You know, it's a bit of revelation here, Preston. I think Gary Lauer has his thinking teeth in because he's doing a great job.
His thinking jam.
His jam teeth. Preston, is this how it normally works where you go from room to room? Because I was under the impression you were in a room and you stayed in that room until you could get out.
No, sometimes there are rooms. I was in one time where it was a false wall and you had no idea there was another room, and then we did something and all of a sudden it creaked open and you're like, oh my God, or you're like, does that door open? I have no idea, and eventually you find a key, you open it, like, yes, and then while you are excited about that, then you have a whole new room of clues that you got to go through. There it is. You have a whole new room of clues. You're like, oh my God, here we got to start over again. But then again, there might be things in that room that pertains to something that was 2 rooms ago that you need to have remembered.
Okay.
It's cool stuff.
Gary Lauer, did you hear that you have 2 minutes and 40 seconds?
We're working on it, Casey Foster. We're working on it, brother.
Thank you.
We're dripping. We're dripping with sweat here.
They're dripping.
I just wanted to gag now.
Yeah.
My balls are sweaty.
All right.
Maybe just do it in.
Hang in there, sweet tea. We're going to do this.
They're actually working on the combination of the safe.
Yeah, it's.
Bill is very happy.
Bill's looking at the camera.
You can tell by his shaking the head no.
He looks deflated.
You don't have another one?
Time ran out.
Time ran out. That's it. All right. Sorry, guys. Time's up.
This close. We did everything. All you had to do was crack that safe.
So Randy's coming in to tell them what they did incorrectly and what they need to do to finish it. So
what's the other number?
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to hear it. Thank you to Randy Bates at Bates Motel and Bates Motel Escape Room.
Oh, very exciting.
Bill Weston, Jackie Bam Bam, Pitchuation, and Gary Lauer for participating in that event this morning. And if you've never done an escape room, and this one, looking at the video, and I've done a few of them myself, looks top notch.
Nearly 2 million people are under evacuation orders in Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas, where residents stocked up on supplies and boarded up homes as Hurricane Matthew marches towards the U.S. We have. Do we have some clips from?
Here you go.
No.
No, it's not working at all.
What is it? What were you hitting?
I'm hitting the button that starts whatever is on the Vox Pro to play.
Nothing.
Sorry,
Okay.
it's frozen, guys.
That's all right. At least
I give today's show a 10 so far.
10 so far. How do we achieve a 10? There we go. So early.
It's like 10 minutes in. At least 16 deaths in the Caribbean have been blamed on the storm, with heavy damage reported in Haiti. As the early morning approached Thursday, Matthew was centered about 295 miles southeast of West Palm Beach and moving northwest at 10 miles per hour.
10.
16.
10! My mother and sister live in Florida now. They live on the Gulf side. They live near Tampa and St. Petersburg. The people there are so desensitized.
They are.
To these huge storms. I'm like, Mom, you guys, I mean, over the years, I've been like, Mom, are you guys gonna head north? She's like, nah, we'll just, we'll just stay here. And
you know how they, the 24-hour news cycle wants to amp up everything. But they're saying this one, yes, be really cautious of this one. It's hitting hard against the state.
It's going to be a Category 4 when it hits land there.
Right. Will she at least, I mean, I don't see your mother out there plyboarding the windows or anything like that. But
she bought some plyboard.
What's that, plywood?
Plyboarding.
Whatever.
Thank you.
Plywooding the windows.
Boarding up.
Boarding up the windows, but they do it with plywood. Anyway, does she have like special shutters that cover the windows?
No, well, she lives in a condominium like community or apartment complex.
Yeah, I was down in Florida. This was years ago when a storm was coming through. I have family that lived down there my whole life, so we were down there. A storm was coming through, and I remember my aunt was like, "Okay, let's go open all the windows," and I was like, "Open the windows?
Yeah.
What?" There was a tornado coming through, and we had to open all the windows, and then we were hiding in like doorways. It was pretty damn scary.
That growing up in kind of the Tornado Alley area, that was.
Oh my God! Tornado! That was me.
The belief was that if you open the windows, it kind of depressurizes the inside of the home, and your windows won't explode. But I think it's been proven false. But some people think that you're supposed to open the
9
windows.
o'clock.
But quickly wanted to take this out for a spin because Casey got a notification from the state of Delaware that he owes a toll. He has to pay a toll, and you got a picture of your car with the license plate and everything right there. The only problem is, not Casey's car.
It's not his car.
My car.
It's not him at all. It's not his license number.
Do you think somewhere there in the government is now aware that you're soon going to be earning vast sums of money because of your pancakes?
That might be it. This might be a quick money grab for these guys. Yeah.
So I was thinking about this. I think you can ignore it because even though it got sent to you, it's not connected to your license plate and it's not connected to your transponder.
In fact, on the documentation, is it giving a wrong tag readout?
I mean, listen, the picture is a picture of a car. I'm not going to hold this up to the YouTube audience, but the picture is not my car. Like there, and then the
so
license
it's not connected to you.
license plate is not a license plate that we own. Like I just checked all of our license plates. It's not our license plate number.
But Kathy, it's his name and address, and it got to him, and they can find him that way.
Yeah. How did it end up going to you?
I think it's a wrong name and address. If you don't pay it and the person gets fined for it, it's not going to you.
Do you ever feel that you're another person?
No.
Okay.
I think it totally will go to you.
No, because it's not. The transponder is connected to the license plate.
I don't think they have a transponder. This might be paid by plate.
Right. So if it's paid by plate, that's not his plate.
But they have this plate down that coincides with his name and address.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's not connected to him. I think it's a mistake. Like maybe got put in the wrong envelope.
This to me, Kathy, feels like one of those governmental mistakes that keeps going and going and going.
Kathy, it's not the wrong envelope. The name is written on the notice.
My name is written on there.
Name and home address is on here on the actual notice. It's not a wrong envelope.
So did you get charged?
Yeah, there's a $53 charge. Now here's the part that sucks. I'm just sitting here minding my own business, not doing anything, and then all of a sudden I get this piece of stuff in the mail. And now all of a sudden I have to do something.
You have to take care of it.
I have to take action to like clear my name, or you know what I mean? Because this is a a notice, like a police notice of sorts.
My question is, and this we don't hear about this, but the scam that was going on with the Easy Pass system, where they were texting people,
right?
Yeah.
Is it possible something akin to that has ported over?
This could be a scam. I don't know.
Well, we have people calling in that have had this happen, so I'll go to them in a second.
That's what I was going to ask. Is it possible that this is a scam?
All right, let's go to Sean. Sean, good morning.
You just got nutted.
You just got nutted.
All right, Sean, same thing happened to you, right?
Same thing. It was Jersey, though, not Delaware.
Okay.
That's a different state.
So same thing as in it wasn't your car, it wasn't your license plate.
Absolutely. I get the picture on the thing. It's a different car. It's a different license plate.
How'd you handle it?
I spent hours on the phone.
Of course.
Don't see.
Oh, New Jersey. Did you talk to Aisha by any chance?
So how
I can't remember, to be honest.
How did it wrap up? Did it wrap up, Sean?
As far as I know, I don't owe anybody any money. I haven't gotten anything back. I was told to disregard it, but
oh my God!
See, they got him! They got him!
Oh wow!
Prove
he's back.
Oh, okay. He's back. Hang on, he's okay. You had to what now?
I had to somehow prove that vehicle wasn't mine. I sent them my insurance, my registration.
Oh, that's
See, that's
They
crap.
have to prove you're guilty.
On this date, my whole family was down the shore. We weren't anywhere near
That's
Delaware.
Why I say ignore it.
But like, dude, I didn't do anything, and I don't want to be on hold for 2 hours.
Well,
I don't want to,
Here's the deal.
Don't.
So listen, you know how these things go, Sean. The advice, the specific advice that people gave you that you talked to said ignore it, and that was that?
Seemingly.
Seemingly.
How long ago did it happen?
This was probably 3-4 months ago. I haven't heard anything since. And like I said, I spent multiple hours on multiple days on the phone with Jersey.
Did they conjecture as to how an entirely different vehicle would end up with a notification being sent to you and your address?
It's wild. I have no idea how it could have happened.
All right, I got some other calls we're going to go to. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it, bud.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
All
you.
right, we're going to go to Matt. Hi, Matt. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Matt?
Not much. How you doing?
Doing well. It says here you're a police officer.
Yes.
Okay, what'd you want to share with us?
So I'm listening, and it is a scam. Somehow they are able to register vehicles in other people's names, and then they're out running.
Hang on. Wait, Matt. Let me clear this first. It's not a scam from the letter he received. It's not a scam. This is someone scamming the system.
Correct. They are somehow they're able to register vehicles in other people's names, and then they're out running through the tolls, running up the bill. The letters real from the PennDOT or whatever, saying that you need to pay this toll because the vehicle's
all right. So this license plate is registered to my name.
Yep.
So so is there a way?
Is worse.
Well, no. Now, is there a way that I can track this guy down, or like, you know what I mean?
I would call your local police department and have them run the tag and find out if it comes back to you, because like I said, I had somebody a couple weeks ago came in and they had the same thing, and when I ran the tag, it ended up that they
okay.
Matt, how prominent is this?
That makes sense.
That was the first time I saw it. It was about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
So what they're doing is they're getting the information, registering cars under different names, and
That's
so
what I saw.
so these toll charges go to other people.
So it's possible that this is what it is. It also might be the other thing. It might be somehow or another a mistake, but that's definitely one to look into. Okay, Matt, I wasn't aware of that.
Yes,
Matt, are you in your patrol car right now by any chance?
I am, but I can't do that for you. I'm sorry.
All right.
Okay.
Some friend you are.
Can you
What if Casey gives you cake?
Can you rough up someone who's been lipping off to Casey?
That's a good first step
Thanks, Matt.
for you, though, Casey.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
I just
Call
texted
your police department.
I just texted a police officer friend of mine. Just said, "Hey, can you run a plate for me?" I don't.
Yeah, but you got to tell him why, because I think what Matt was saying is they can't just run a plate. Like there's got to be some sort of report filed.
This is what I'm talking about.
Well, that's
but
easier.
still-
That's easier than going through the state of Delaware to try to figure out what's happening.
Because if
Quick
it's
question.
registered in your name, that's a bigger issue.
Yep.
Quick question. Is that information, is there a Freedom of Information Act that would allow an average citizen to run a plate on their own?
No, I don't think so. No.
I don't think so.
Right.
If there is, I'd like to find out.
Yeah.
Nick, can you do a search on that? Can an average citizen run a plate?
Right.
And get information?
I don't think an officer can just run a plate. Like I said, there's got to be something behind it.
Kathy, can an average citizen arrest and imprison someone for many years?
Can you run a plate if it's a Pennsylvania license plate that has the numbers and letters HFF 4291? Can you run that as a civilian if it's a Pennsylvania
officer out there?
Yeah, HFF 4291.
I don't know. Let's find out.
Okay.
Let me go to. We have a number of people calling in over this. I will go to Bill next. Hi, Bill. You are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Bill?
My daughter went through Easy Pass and did violate. She didn't pay. Okay. They sent me a notice, a picture of my car with my license plate number, saying I owed $64.
Okay.
Well, when I went to pay the ticket, they said I owed $600 worth of fines for previous Easy Pass violations.
Okay.
Now, the car was inactive. The car was actually up on blocks for 3 years. So how do I owe $600 worth of violations if the car never went to Easy Pass, except for the one time which I admitted to?
Okay.
So
did you find out?
After spending 3 hours on the hold like everybody else, they said, they're suing me. They're taking me to court for $600 worth of violations. I said, well, the car wasn't there. Well, I'm sorry, but this is what we have. So the state wins, but I'm not. I paid the $64 I owed them.
Right.
And that was the end of it.
Are you currently on the run from the law?
Well, it might have just been not paid for so long. The fine goes up.
Yeah, it does. You do start to accrue, larger charges. By the way, have you noticed? So I had my thing, with the mine was a little bit more understandable. But I'm wondering if all of this sort of tag reading technology that we're talking about now, where we talked about how much it actually saves you money if you have an Easy Pass transponder, so on and so forth. We went through all that. But all these things and all these new improvements, Preston, I wonder if this is opening up opportunity for these scammers.
Maybe. Nick did a quick search on that, Steve. You can't run a search on someone's plate.
What if you took their wallet?
There are specific circumstances and entities outside of law enforcement that may have limited access to the information, albeit under strict guidelines and for legitimate purposes. So like
a private detective?
Authorized agencies, private investigators, public records, and limited information that's available. So no, you can't just go out and get someone's license plate and go find out information.
What if you run a very successful new alternative to pancakes business?
That's a legitimate business. And you very well may be afforded that,
I think so.
That privilege. Hang on a second. Mary has had this happen to her. I'm going to check in with her. Hi, Mary. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Mary?
I was calling. This happened to us with my daughter when she was 15.
Okay.
We got an Easy Pass bill, and then we got 4 more right behind it. And all of them came to her, and she was 15. Like, nothing.
15, she's not even, not even registered. Wow. How did you handle it?
We called Easy Pass because it was coming from New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Like, we were getting them from both of them. And they kept telling me that, no, this was hers, and then we had to pay these tickets and blah, blah. So I, had to give them a copy of her birth certificate, a copy of our insurance cards, pictures of all of our license plates. It was such a hassle. And then it turned out that when they investigated it, because I had to call our police department because they were threatening to suspend her license before she even got it. It turned out that somebody had basically stolen our mail and just started registering their car, selling it to register cars.
It does happen. Yeah, they'll, especially if you have your mail is down by the street, or a lot of times it'll get clipped. Casey, I wonder in relationship to that, Mary, Casey, your information did end up on the dark web, right? You had a
yeah, but I have everything locked now.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, but if they had it, we wound up having to pay a ton of money in legal fees, and I had to wait to get my money back for paying the tickets because they were threatening to suspend her license.
Wow.
Before she could even get it.
Before she even has a license.
Damn.
That's effed up.
All right, Mary. Thank you. Sorry you had to go through that.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Well, that's unsettling.
Well, and Casey, didn't you have an issue of stolen identity?
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Yeah, on the dark web.
But I'm all locked up. Like, so
you
if
used to be a
But
terrorist.
I'm saying that's how the information.
Is that how that got out there?
Maybe. Right?
Yeah, it's possible.
Nick, you're looking up a license plate in Delaware. This says it's a PA license
my
plate.
bad.
Yeah.
Also, you have to pay for that.
Oh.
That's what I was wondering.
I
Nick
did
found
it too. Yeah,
Nick found a site that you can look up information about license plates. But I was waiting on, and you enter it, and I'm like, you got to pay for that.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Listen, the good news is, guys, I won a class action lawsuit, and so I have some money to spend. I won
much?
How much?
$6.57.
There you go.
Wow.
Nice, man.
I was part of a lawsuit that I didn't realize was going on. Harshberger versus Penn Mutual Life Insurance, and the letter showed up in the mail this week. And dinner's on me, guys.
If Bill was still our programmer, he would tell you not to reveal that information because it sounds like you're privileged.
Wow.
So
With that much money, Preston.
I know.
I can buy Bill.
Let me go to Justina. We have to break here shortly, by the way. Justina, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you at work.
That's all right. It says here you are a tag and title agent.
I am. I work for a title agency, and you cannot look up somebody's license plate. We're not even allowed to do that without there's a specific form. It's called a release form. So for privacy purposes, you need to sign this form, show me ID before I can even go into the PennDOT system to look up anything about you or your license plate or your vehicle or anything.
All right.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
figured that was locked up pretty tight. All right. Thank you, Justina. Appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good one.
You too. Well, you've got legitimate reason to
I
go
do.
to a police officer.
Yeah.
And because this may be the case and to find out what's going on here. Because if somebody's driving around with your name and a different vehicle that is registered to your name, that's a real problem.
It is. Yes, it certainly can be.
White Jeep Cherokee license plate HFF 4291. So if you are an officer of the law and you're driving beyond a white Jeep Cherokee
Shoot
with
to kill.
with a Pennsylvania plate
Pull
that
him
says
over.
HFF 4291, pull them over.
Trump sticker on the back
Trump
there.
sticker on the back. There's another sticker. I can't tell exactly what it says, but I think it says "You dumb bitch." I'm not.
Don't worry about the girl going 97. Pull over the Jeep Cherokee.
Wow. Dude, I'd never considered. I just thought it was like some kind of a
clerical error
or a glitch in the actual system that reads those or something.
Or that he has a split personality and has an entire different family in Delaware.
Did we consider that?
It's possible.
I didn't consider
Do you ever
that.
find that you're enjoying the benefits of tax-free shopping?
You know what? Now that I think about it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's do a follow-up
Yeah,
on
we
this
have-
later
yes.
on. All right. We do have to take a break because we have our guest coming up in just a moment, Michael Longfellow. Thank you for your calls, by the way.
Yes.
We really appreciate that because we wouldn't have headed down that path not knowing that. But Michael Longfellow from SNL is going to be at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. So we will Zoom with him in just a second or two. Stay put. We won't be gone long.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Scary. That wind was whipping through the house. I mean, stuff was flying all over the place.
Well, you hope the best for them down there. I mean, Haiti got hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Just
I said plyboard. I meant to say plywood boards. I just let down the word wood. Let's move on.
Okay, we're going to move on. A second 12-year-old has been arrested and charged following another clown threat against a school in Toms River. On Tuesday evening, police say that at no time was there any credible threat, and it appears to be an ill-conceived hoax. The girl was arrested and charged with third-degree criminal count of causing false public alarm.
Anyway.
That's fast.
so we have that
isolated now, yes.
Anyway.
And it's so loud.
so today when you're dropping by the 10 store to pick up your plyboard.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That was like the start of his Broadway show.
I loved it, man. My favorite part of the day so far.
Anyway.
And it's early.
It is.
And that's going to continue for the rest of the morning.
All morning. Nick just pulled this up. We're going to talk about something else, but I can't not mention this. Bob Dylan won a Nobel Prize.
Wow.
Was he awarded a Nobel Peace Prize, huh?
Literature Prize.
Literature.
Yeah. The 75-year-old rock legend received the prize for, quote, having created new poetic expressions within the great American song tradition. Yeah.
So he didn't win a Peace Prize.
No, he didn't win the Peace Prize. He won the Literature Prize.
It's kind of interesting that he won a literature prize for a body of work, not something that was just released.
Specific.
Right?
Yeah, it's usually, by my understanding, it's awarded for something. For example, who was the last recipient? And they won for a specific work.
I'll look it up.
Nick, you know off the top of your head. You know what? I don't know, but yeah, usually it's for
like Harper Lee. Didn't she win for
Kill a Mockingbird?
Yeah,
To Kill a Mockingbird. Or was it her laser tag place that she won?
Harper Lee, do you love the thrill of combat? Set against a futuristic dystopian world? Well, then you gotta try laser tag. Pew, 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 pew. I'll kill you, you cyborg mother effer.
Let me see here. Nobel Prize Literature, Bob Dylan, 2016. Svetlana Alexievich won last year.
That's where he had the 18th Where's Waldo book. Apparently, it was the most difficult time finding Waldo.
Interesting. All right. Well, anyhow, he's got a Nobel Prize under his belt now. So.
What do you get? It's like a WWE belt, right?
Yeah, it's a lot like that. No, I have no idea what the actual prize looks like. It's got to be, I don't know, some kind of a plaque or
a hat that says "I'm number one."
That's a good question.
I think for the Nobel Peace Prize, you get something like $250,000. It's a significant chunk of change.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know what you get for
an Amazon credit.
And Amazon, yeah.
In Amazon credits.
Oh, my God.
Kathy, the dream come true.
Forget it.
Casey.
Yeah.
He went in and heard a piece of audio from our previous break, and he came in. I don't think I've ever seen you that beat red, laughing that hard and unable to breathe before.
Oh, God. I just hope this is as funny for you guys.
He said it may not be funny for us, but it clearly floored him.
Because.
And what happened? You caught it.
No, you know what? Actually, a listener and they texted in. Usually, I hate the text board, but somebody texted in something they heard that none of us heard. So we went back and Marissa pulled up the audio. And listen, we've worked with Kathy for how many years now?
Long time.
Yeah,
long time.
No one knows.
And
is it 28 years?
13 years.
Yeah, 13 years.
So what I heard and what this listener heard is so out of character for her. That it just floored me, and when you take it in that context, not the context of how it was meant, but how it is heard.
All right.
Oh my God! What? Just play it.
All right, here we go. It's very short. It's 4 seconds long.
Accidentally at the same time,
right?
Yeah. So she says, "Listen," and then
now I can cut that out. I can cut the. All right, now it's just the good part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. As if she's saying, listen I'm going to fart.
Guys.
And listen to me fart.
Listen, guys.
If it was cleaner.
Yeah,
if there wasn't,
cut
if
off.
Steve is talking over her. Yeah. That's Nick, I think, but.
Maybe I can clean it up.
You ruined it, Nick.
No, it's
way to go, Nick.
Hang on, you're going to try and edit this on the fly?
Yeah, try it there.
Yeah.
The sound effect cuts it off. It's not beforehand.
Could you
it's
do me a favor, Kathy, and just say, "Listen to me fart," and then play that? Could you do that clean? Go ahead, Kathy.
Yeah, just say it.
No.
Oh no, you don't want to do that and have that live on as a clip that we play 200 times a day.
No, I'm good.
What don't you want to say, Kathy?
No, it's fine.
Sacha Baron Cohen has his birthday as well. He is 45 years old. What's the last thing he did?
Brothers Grimsby was the name of that.
That's it. Yes.
Oh, you just knew that, huh?
Waiting, man.
Just off the top of your head, you just knew that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
That's
so inside for us, but we needed that for a minute.
We'll explain it. Bill yesterday said he wanted to make sure that Nick didn't come off as too know-it-all-y.
And that he should say, I found this on the internet.
And I had to clarify to Bill that I had asked Nick to look for the information that he provided. And I think people know that we say it all the time. Nick, can you check that on Wiki for us or rock us a Wiki? So Nick doesn't profess to be the resource of all the world's knowledge.
Casey, had you just been waiting for the first moment to say
Not
that?
the first moment, but there was a scene there. And I told him yesterday, I'm totally going to do that to you.
That was
Chuck said yesterday, he's like, I can't wait to the passive-aggressive moment when you guys mentioned that on the air.
And here we are, bright and early.
Here we are. Oh, my God.
That was awesome.
I can discern a tonal change, too, when you're reading off the screen. You become robotic.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. When I read it off the screen, I get it right. Like when I come up with a fact on my own, chances are I'm wrong.
But that's kind of your charge. Is you're the one. We'll say all the time. Could you check that for us?
So you just knew that, huh?
I did just know that. Yeah, Sacha Baron Cohen's last movie, The Brothers Grimsby.
All right, so he's
knew that off the top of my head.
But that's a classic Bill thing.
Yeah,
and that's why we loved it.
Well, we did pull up the some of the top costumes that have been chosen. I forgot what the source was, but number 7, Game of Thrones, any character from Game of Thrones.
All right, who would you go if you were to have, because you are a huge Game of Thrones fan, name your character of choice.
I'm trying to think who would be worth doing and what would be worth pulling off. Yeah, Jon Snow would be pretty awesome. You get a sword, you get this big black outfit.
What about the Hound? What about Phoebe Snow, his sister?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
What about the Mountain?
It'd be no. No, it wouldn't
The
be
Hill?
Mountain. No. Anyhow, moving along. Sexy Pikachu. So Pokemon's going to be popular because of Pokemon Go.
Pokemon Go. Mm-hmm. And Pokemon himself, right? Or not himself, but the Pokemon symbol.
Preston, you could go as Tyrion Lannister and dress like the
walk around on my knees.
Yeah,
put shoes on my knees.
Dwarf on golf. Yeah,
right.
You go as Dwarf on golf. Watch people try to figure that one out.
No. But he would put the shoes on his knees.
What's his name?
Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion.
Could you do Tyrion on golf?
Tyrion on golf.
So Game of Thrones, but with golf clubs.
It would be Imp on golf. Right.
Imp on golf.
Yeah. Then you have number Faye is Rey from Star Wars.
Number Faye?
Number Faye?
Did I say number Faye?
Yeah, because of Rey.
I just thought that was that is so. Wow, Preston knows all the hip words for 3.
And counting down from Faye.
And now
Frey.
number Faye. He writes, Casey, I never understand what number the songs are because you're so hip and cool. You said Faye, and I was lost. So number Faye is?
Number Faye is Ray.
Ray.
Yeah.
Ray?
Yeah.
Ray
Charles.
Ray Charles.
No, from Star Wars.
Ray Finkel.
Ray Finkel?
Oh, my God. You could be Ray Finkel, and she could be Einhorn.
Oh, my God. Finkel and Einhorn. That's from Ace Ventura.
Yeah. No, I don't.
You don't know Ace Ventura?
That current movie.
I know Ace Ventura, but I don't remember
Finkel and Einhorn. Finkel and
Preston.
Einhorn.
Einhorn and Finkel.
Go as Ray, but make it Ray Charles in a Star Wars spacesuit.
Okay, yeah. I like it.
Number 4. At number Faye.
Studies have found that the clothes we wear shape the perceptions other people have about our capability. For example, teaching assistants who wore formal clothes, they are perceived by students as more intelligent but less interesting than their casually dressed peers.
I wonder now with the frequency of dress down days and internet places like Google and Facebook where the dress is more casual, like smart casual. Mm-hmm. Is that perception changing?
Yeah, I think you can still dress smart casual and not dress like a slob, though. You know what I mean?
I think that's exactly it.
So not
besmirching people who wear bib overalls to work.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, but you don't need to be in a suit. You just need to be put together.
Yeah. I mean, you will always agree that my superhero T-shirts are
put together.
Yeah.
Well, I think Casey is the example.
I'm totally put together.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of people say, are you doing any runway work?
Yes.
Because they assume you're a model.
We should do a fashion show with Casey.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
You could walk the runway.
Okay.
He's up for it.
Yeah, I'm totally up for it.
Yeah.
I like my clothes.
For the derelict line.
Yeah. I wear nice clothes.
You do.
They're just casual nice.
They're as nice as mine.
Yeah.
You don't wear nice clothes.
These are nice pants.
And here we go.
Nice pants, nice. You got a nice pair of slacks.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sure they feel nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, and I'm being honest. You wouldn't look at your outfit and go, wow, that's really nice.
Sometimes I do.
Okay.
Now, Preston.
That guy looks like a gym teacher.
That is a snappy dressing gym teacher.
And I'm not putting you down by saying that, but you know what I mean.
This is a battle of semantics. Okay, so no, they are not dress jeans and a button-down shirt, but they are nice sweatpants.
Are you kidding?
They are not
an argument. That is not a real argument.
Where are your?
That's a good effort.
Where are your leather sweatpants, please?
I'm wearing clean sneakers and day-old underpants. We're good.
You almost made it through.
Yeah,
we're good. I would love to see. There's that scene in the DiCaprio Great Gatsby. If we were to turn around with sweatpants, in the I'm the Great Gatsby.
Right.
Really.
I also noticed this thing that,
Back to the noticer, the dumbed-down version of the ponder.
We were talking earlier in the pondering segment about wearing glasses and appearing more intelligent, but you may need to leave them home for your next passport photo session. The State Department is reminding everyone that come November 1st, wearing glasses is no longer allowed in passport photos. We've been batting 1,000 on our Zoom interviews lately. We haven't had audio.
Yeah.
The past 2 interviews that we've done.
Well, we figure it's sometimes necessary to shake things up and provide alternatives to what would be considered competent broadcasting.
Any guesses as to whether this will work or not?
I'm going 50-50 on this.
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the same ballpark. But I'm not going to introduce our next guest. I'm going to let this guy introduce him.
Michael Longfellow.
That's the official Saturday Night Live intro. Please welcome Michael Longfellow to our program. This morning, we can hear you, Michael. Oh, my God. Thank you. How you doing, man?
Here. I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
We're good. How's summer treating you?
No, it's good. You know, summer.
When do you guys, I assume... Listen, you enjoy your break, but obviously the production and pre-production on SNL has to be fairly daunting, though a lot of it is based on the news of the week. When do you actually kick in with the full schedule for SNL?
I think it's like the middle of September, I believe. So it's coming up. It's less than a month.
Yeah. In the downtime, obviously, I know a lot of the performers are also writers, as are you. Do you backlog material, skits, pitches? How does that work? Or is it best to just clear the mental slate and approach it when it happens?
I do a little clearing of the mental slate, but now I'm starting to backlog and be productive again. But a lot of video games.
A lot of video games. So what are you playing?
I was playing the new Elden Ring DLC.
All right.
And then I play a lot of those games where you like just build stuff.
Oh, like a Minecraft or
kind of like that. Yeah. Like it doesn't even look like a game.
So
it's like chores.
I could never get into those. They were too much work for me.
I don't know why I like them. They're not fun, but I need to work in my games. Even
I hate working in. So Preston and I were talking about this and video games and how they can consume your time when you get. He's currently playing the Harry Potter.
Hogwarts Legacy.
Hogwarts Legacy, which is a great game.
I played that.
Mm-hmm. But there's some times when you're like you get so into it that it consumes your dreams and all that stuff, and it almost.
Oh, I'm neglecting my family right now.
Yeah,
that's how into it I have become. I just can't help it. I get so excited when I have time.
I played World of Warcraft when I was a kid, and that almost ruined my life.
How
that was kind of a hardcore addiction.
How intense did it get for you? I mean, is it one of those? Because you know what I'm talking about. The sun is rising, and you're still playing the game.
Yeah. I mean, you can type /played and it'll tell you like the amount of hours and days that you've sat in front of the. I think I had like a year in front of the computer of my life.
Okay, so you're on a gaming computer. You're not playing on a console.
This was. I have a gaming laptop now. They should have never gave me money.
I hear that. I mean, that's a serious. I mean, when I bought. So I've always been sort of more the console guy, PlayStation, Xbox, or whatever, and even the GameCube, all that stuff, and you get wrapped up in these things. But when for a brief period, I bought an Alienware gaming computer, and that's like skipping up from pot to heroin. That's a real commitment.
It is it's a different machine altogether. I didn't know the games weren't as good as they could be on not a computer, but they like look different and play different. I don't like sitting up at a desk though. That's my one thing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of why I like the consoles still.
Yeah, you can recline.
Yeah, I can be on my couch.
Yep. I love that.
I feel like I'm at work.
With all these years of gaming under your belt, Michael, are there longtime friends that you had through that community that maybe you've never met in your life?
Oh, no, not anymore. Back in the day, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember I had a girlfriend on World of Warcraft.
A real girlfriend?
In middle school.
And so, yeah.
Their name was Life Shunner on the server of Tichondrius. And, we were just too young.
Yeah.
It just didn't work out.
Did you ever find out where she lived?
No.
So as somewhere in the world.
That happens, though.
Yeah. She may have shared it. We may have, but I forget. But yeah.
Wow.
And so this is before you were Michael Longfellow of Saturday Night Live?
This was when I was in like the 6th grade, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Yes.
Could you imagine?
This was not like last year.
Well, on the off chances that she's in the Philadelphia market and listens to our show, what was your gamer tag?
My gamer tag was Whoopie.
Whoopie?
Whoopie.
WHOOPIE?
WOOPY.
Oh.
Whoopie.
Why Whoopie?
I was a gnome. I don't know why Whoopie.
Okay.
I always wondered that.
You were a gnome. It's funny, Michael, because you sort of you project sort of a collegiate sort of a bookish kind of thing. But yet I was doing some checking up on you, and you talk about the gaming, and confirm or deny this fact that in college, when you got introduced to pot, you smoked so much pot that your lung collapsed.
So yes, that is true. My lung did collapse. Whether it was the pot, the doctors said it definitely did not help, but they did say it was like something I was born with. They were like, it would have had. It was called a spontaneous pneumothorax. 10 days in the hospital.
Wow.
Well, was it the result of an outrageously large bong hit? Did you do the standard overtoke
That's what I told people.
Okay.
But the truth was, the reason I lied was that I yawned and my body failed me.
You yawned and you yawned and your lung collapsed. So this had been something that was within you for a long time, and so it was maybe a confluence of the introduction to pot, but the yawn itself was what sunk you.
Yeah, I guess it was something that I was going to happen eventually, but the pot kind of accelerated it a little bit, or I don't know. They were like, it's a rare thing that happens to athletes usually, but I was just sitting in math class.
Michael, did they have to stick the tube in your side?
Yes. They had to stick it in between the ribs, but then that didn't work. So I sat there with the tube in the ribs for like 4 days. Sorry, that's too graphic, gross. But then they were like, no, that didn't work. We got to do surgery. So they had to go in and like.
The idea of the inserting the tube thing is just, it's a fear of mine. Like that seems like it would be
gnarly,
excruciatingly painful.
I don't remember it really going in. Okay. I remember them taking it out though, and that was a weird feeling.
Wow.
Michael, I think.
But yeah, thinking about it's worse than it is almost.
All right.
It sounds awful. I think you are one of the funniest newer members on SNL. I know, and you've been doing it for a few years at this point. I think your delivery is really dry, but it gets me every single time. But it is like there's a pacing to your delivery, and I wouldn't call it fast paced, right? So, and I don't even mean that as an insult or anything. It's just like you take a little bit of time to get your jokes out. How did that land when you first started doing comedy? Were people impatient?
First of all, thank you. I'm doing my best. And then I don't know how that happened. I think it's just kind of me, how I normally am off stage. I don't really change too much when I go up there. That's kind of me. Pretty much, it's not like a character.
No. Well, I know one of your influences, and then one of my absolute favorites is Norm Macdonald. And Norm had sort of a more laconic kind of delivery as well. But you're saying this was your pentameter always. This isn't something you cultivated for the stage.
No, I don't think so. I think I sound a lot like my grandpa and my Uncle Ed. Mm-hmm. They kind of speak in this. I don't know what it is. It's just like a
stilted,
a dry. It's like they're considering constantly.
Yes. I'll be honest with you. I'm enjoying this conversation, but as interviewers, it is difficult because we don't know when you're done with your thought.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. No. It's all good.
No, you're delightful.
It's testing us at our game.
Yeah. I'm in the same boat. I don't know when it's gonna end. I'm just getting through it.
Think of your job to figure out when you yourself are going to end speaking. It's a lot more daunting.
Right.
Hey, I want to ask you about when you do guest appearances on Weekend Update, because all fair this morning we were watching a couple of skits. One of you as the cigarette, and then the other one as Dilbert.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you, when these concepts are being thought up and everything, how do they land on Michael Longfellow dressing as the cigarette?
The cigarette was me. I wrote that.
You wrote that. Okay. And what about the Dilbert?
Lands there, baby. And then the other one was Dilbert was a writer. Will Steven just came to me, and I don't know why he picked me, but yeah, he had the idea.
Okay, so some of it is written and ideated by you yourself, and then others it is written by a writer with cast members in mind.
Yeah, or it's at least the writer's idea, and then you'll write it with them.
Okay. So to that point, so you did the David statue, and so how you're basically body paint, and
yeah.
Did you have to lose inhibition to do that? Because
I didn't want to take my shirt off. We built a bodysuit, but it just wasn't as funny. I hated it, but we were sitting there looking at me in the mirror, and I was just like, it's funnier without the shirt. I'm going to have to take the shirt off.
Yeah, no, it worked. It was hilarious, but
it was cold.
Yeah, they keep that studio freezing cold.
It was cold, but it did work. It was that was a fun piece.
That weekend segment, the update is an entity unto itself with a different energy. Yes. So you as a stand-up coming in, is that where you first want to be displayed? Is that where you think it's for new players to really kind of sink their teeth into becoming fixed into the cast? Is that where Weekend Update really serves its purpose?
I think if you're a stand-up, definitely. At least for me, it just felt like, I don't know, it just feels like stand-up. So I thought that I would, while I learn how to write sketches, sort of write Weekend Updates and try to do that. I almost don't even feel good after I do them because it's so stand-up-y.
Oh.
That is, I still feel amazing.
Yeah.
But I'm not too proud of myself, No,
I hear you.
Sketch on, I really do pat myself on the back.
So for you, it seems more in your wheelhouse, and it's less challenging than other bits.
Yeah, not to say it's not challenging.
Right.
Definitely, yeah. More so in my wheelhouse than sketches were when I started. Now I'm kind of falling in love with the sketches.
So
I don't know. I like them both.
No.
Yeah.
And you excel at both. And to the point, I have to ask you, So you have been in proximity to the starlet du jour, the sex symbol du jour, Sydney Sweeney, and she did an episode. So let me ask you. You see what you see in the movies. You see the TV. Is that a catch your breath kind of person to encounter, or do you have any level of? Are you easy to impress? Do you get starstruck? What was your Sydney Sweeney reaction?
She was cool.
Yeah,
it seemed honestly just like hanging with a normal, cool person around my age. It wasn't like oh my gosh, just like a weird, creepy thing or anything.
Yeah, because the Hooters outfit has definitely received a lot of traction, that skit. So I was wondering, that encounter, but she was pretty cool.
Yeah, Sydney was awesome.
Who
extremely, like, I don't know, just a boss.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Who did catch you off guard? Who impressed you, or did you, who made you starstruck? Because they're siphoning through. They're constantly celebrities and then people doing cameos.
Yeah. It's weird. You'll just, I don't know, be at a urinal and meet Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Tony Hawk was he's the guy that I've wanted to ask more people for pictures, but I had to. He's the only guy I've asked for a picture.
Oh, Tony Hawk. Were you a fan of the
Tony
game?
Hawk.
Yeah, were you a fan of the PlayStation game?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, Tony Hawk, and then there's been I don't know why I can't remember. I met the lead singer of Coldplay.
Oh, Chris Martin. Yeah.
Yeah. Dressed as a groundhog in the bathroom.
That's kind of lighten things up a little bit.
It's a dream come true. You finally got to be dressed as a groundhog and meet Chris Martin in the bathroom.
Yeah, it's pretty, that's why I got into it. That's why I went to the first open mic.
Yeah, absolutely.
The troika's complete.
Well, your dream can come true if you've always wanted to see Michael Longfellow doing his stand-up, because he's going to be at Punchline tonight and tomorrow night. Have you done stand-up in Philadelphia before, Michael?
I have. Oh, gosh. I stayed in Philly, but I opened for Colin Jost at a casino a little outside of Philly. I'm going to say no.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, enjoy the town, man. Have a good time. You're gonna.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
I'm
you're gonna dig the room, and I'm sure it's going to be a great crowd. There's 2 shows tonight and Saturday as well, and you go to punchlinephilly.com. So, all right, man. Thanks for checking in. Enjoy your time here, and hopefully we'll catch you again sometime soon. All right, man.
Thank you, guys. I had fun. Thank you, guys.
Excellent. Thank you, Michael Longfellow. And our audio worked. How about that?
Well, that alone was quite an achievement.
That is an absolute win right there. So, hey, I want to reiterate a couple of things real quick. We made some announcements this morning. We have got up and running your chance to audition for the Preston and Steve Show side stage at MMRBQ. It's back for a 3rd year doing it.
It's been a hit.
Yep. So live band karaoke, and we have a new house band this year, Musician Impossible. So this is not like regular karaoke where they just plug in a song and you go to it. You have live musicians that you can, get some feedback with and hang out and rock out with. You sing on stage with the band. We're going to get 10 singers. It turned out to be a huge hit. People love it.
So we had Sidearm, and they were fantastic. They weren't able to do it because of scheduling this year. But, yeah, man, that is, again, think of, and, I have to say, Preston, the people who get on stage and perform are pretty friggin' good.
And they, honestly, they run the gamut. Yeah, we had a 16-year-old kid out there last year.
Mm-hmm. What did he do? Allison Chains? He
did Rooster.
Yeah.
It was excellent. So here's how you do. Go to WMMR.com, click on contest, and you have to submit a YouTube video link of you singing. And then we are going to put it up for voting. And the voting will start the following week. The entry deadline is August 23rd. So today's the 16th. So not a whole lot of time. So we want you to go ahead and get on that. Each winner will get a 4-pack of MM tickets.
I love it.
So that's up and running. Live band karaoke. Make sure that you enter. And then I want to reiterate the menu for the Who's Luau next week as we head to Valley Beach Poolside Club at Valley Forge Casino. We have Paradise Island Entertainers They are going to be creating the full vibe of the Hawaii theme of the evening. They're going to be doing dances. They're going to get the crowd involved. They have fire. Come on! And so here are the things that our friends at Valley Beach have come up with for the evening. There will be a whole roasted pig. There will be Hawaiian coleslaw, shoyu shrimp skewers, pineapple and Spam fried rice. Casey's never had Spam. And if you want to get all of that stuff together, you can purchase what is called the Lulu platter. And it has a serving of each one of those and it's only $19, so you have dinner as well. And we're going to be there from 6 to 8. So it's, it's happy hour dinner, all that stuff. So we're looking forward to you joining us. And it's free.
Yeah.
There's no charge. Come out and join us, 21 and older, next Thursday at Valley Forge Casino Resort.
I'm so looking forward to it.
Yeah. And I would like to give away a special wristband. And by the way, you can win one of those wristbands at WMMR.com if you click on the link when you go to WMMR.com. But we'll set you up. You and your guest will get a $25 gift card for food and drinks at Valley Forge Casino Resort, along with a cooler backpack from them as well. So caller number 11 at 215-263-WMMR. You will win. So make sure you give us a call now. I think it's a little early to break.
Yeah, it is.
How about we clean out the junk drawer, bitches?
Oh, wow!
How about it? Yes. I'm sorry, Casey. I didn't.
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right, let's dive in. See what we can find. All right, here we go. This is it. This is good news. Changes are coming to the Blue Route.
Well, it depends on what those changes are.
This is PennDOT saying that the goal is to make the highway safer. The Blue Route, officially the Mid-County Expressway, was planned back in 1960 and completed in 1991. But after decades of growth, even PennDOT admits the highway is a bit out of date.
It is.
The road carries an average of 70,000 travelers a day. That actually seems light to me.
That seems very light.
And they're all within like 2 hours.
Oh, yeah, God. And it's 70,000 travelers a day. It's become a long source of headaches for commuters. So PennDOT spokesperson Brad Rudolph said, we've outgrown it.
We're closing it down.
To put it bluntly, he says the state already started work on the first phase of a multi-year active traffic management project to upgrade the Blue Route. Now, the first few ones, I will admit, I'm a little underwhelmed by.
Yeah, these are making me nervous.
But it gets better towards the end.
Lay it on me, bro.
Crews have already started the installation of variable speed limit signs that will change. Hang on. That will change depending on traffic and weather conditions. Adaptive ramp metering will be used to dynamically adjust signals at the ramp entrances to proactively manage vehicle
they
flow.
already have those.
Yeah, not everywhere, though.
But not all of them.
I will
So
say,
they're going to put more of those up.
I think those work.
I do too.
To some extent, they do.
Yeah.
They don't stop traffic from happening, but they stop some confusion on merging. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
it gives you more of a chance at rear-ending someone.
I just think the ramps are not as backed up because of it.
Right.
PennDOT will construct the necessary conduits, queue detectors, dynamic message signs, and the technological systems necessary to operate the system from PennDOT's new Regional Transportation Management Center.
And by the way, the changing speeds they have on the Schuylkill Expressway, and it doesn't do crap. So
No, it
I don't know
doesn't.
why they think it's going to work on the Blue Route.
It doesn't. The project also calls for the construction of emergency pull-off areas to provide better access to stranded
I've
drivers.
done that. It's hard to pull off while you're driving.
No, not that kind of pull-off. An emergency responder. So that's important, too, because if there is an accident or a vehicle that is has a mechanical problem, it'll be easier for you to get it out of the way.
It's killing a whole lane.
Now, one of the biggest changes will come in the second phase of the project, slated for 2027. So
Is this what we're going to call phase 2?
Yes, on a 14-mile stretch between 95 and Westchester Pike, here's what might be decent. The inner shoulders of each direction will be utilized as, quote, flexible lanes during peak traffic times, adding an entire lane of traffic when needed. Now, that can help.
All right, so wait a second. What happens when they're not needed?
Exactly.
I'll
This is what's
explain.
making me nervous.
It says the spokesman said It would be a left lane shoulder, but during demand.
Demand did open up.
But during demand, you would have these overhead lane assignments, these gantries, much like you see on the Walt Whitman or Betsy Ross bridges, where you can control when the lane is in use.
But I think on the bridges, right, don't they sometimes put up, like you can't physically drive that lane sometimes.
They have a movable wall.
Yeah.
And they have a special vehicle, which is a pretty wild looking thing.
It's a cool vehicle.
It is.
That moves that wall over
wait a second.
at
So
certain times.
is that
I don't know,
this is
because if not, that's what's making me nervous, because you know what
people are driving
our Philadelphia drivers are going to do. They're going to use it
Well,
all
sometimes
the time.
they'll simply X out the lane, and that's supposed to say, don't use this lane.
Right, you
but
think
people do use that lane.
Yeah. So I think they're going to move. I think they're going to have that movable thing.
What they should do
my
is have
guess.
that lane slide under the regular highway, and they push a button and it comes back out again.
No, just make the third lane and keep it. Like, just
I know.
Don't.
Because there's not. They need the pull off. They need the shoulder. It's dangerous to not have a shoulder.
To your point, Case, it won't matter if you have it always there active.
Yeah.
It doesn't diminish by having an option that's there that may not be completely necessary. The more the merrier when it comes to handling traffic.
Yeah, Kat, there is a shoulder on the right that you can use.
I don't
it's
know.
just, like if you're going to do all this stuff and just not. I was coming home from Radnor yesterday, 3:00.
Lucky.
And dude, the traffic buildup at Westchester Pike was it's just 3:00 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And because a lane basically just disappears, the backup happens between, like starting right there at Westchester Pike all the way back to Radnor. It's unnecessary.
It's daily, Casey, every weekend, like Friday afternoon, the shore traffic starts building up when you get to 95, the merge of the Blue Route south to 95. I find the Blue Route fascinating. It's intertwined with the McElwain family history. I mean, I shared this before. I got taken out of school when it was finally open. We had a bottle of champagne. We drove the length of it twice.
I told my wife this story about you were talking about people going out and walking on the highway, and sort of before it opened up unofficially, you could kind of go around.
I mean, my dad grew up in Delaware County. He grew up in like a media Wallingford area, and friends of his growing up, they were displaced out of their home because they built the Blue Route.
And there's the McElwain family enjoying the highway.
But Casey, every time we pass the Westchester Pike exit and it narrows to 2 lanes, I think about my dad, and that was the compromise. In order to get it built in the first place, they had to reduce it from 6 lanes to 4.
Yeah.
And now they want to fix it.
And now they want to fix it.
Nick, is your dad aware of these changes, and how does he feel?
It's already a conversation.
Okay.
And,
As long as it doesn't involve Tony Danza, he's on board.
Well, my dad's dad, my grandfather, said that he would never live to see the Blue Route to be completed, and he was right. My grandmother was still alive, my dad's mom. My dad is in his 70s at this point. I would like Preston in 2027 to take my dad on the Blue. I'll do the driving this time.
Yes,
but I'll bring the champagne.
Yeah.
But I hope he lives long enough to see the improvements.
Well, also, PennDOT says it is planning. By the way, those changes won't be completed until 2029, so it's going to take a while. PennDOT says is also planning a similar upgrade to I-76.
I thought you were going to say that.
To include flexible shoulder lanes. Now, that project is scheduled for 2027, so that wouldn't even begin for a few more years.
I don't even know where you're going to find the space to do that in some areas.
I don't know. But God knows that needs it. And
I mean, they need all that area to keep that chain link fence over the rocks that are on the side.
The 76, I mean, they've been working on it for a number of months now already, just right by like Boathouse Row and stuff.
Yeah, and from Montgomery on, it's towards the city. They've been doing a lot of work down there.
That's fun, though. It just makes it fun.
Yeah.
Doesn't it, though?
It's an experience.
Isn't that fun?
Oh, my God, you're going to Center City? How fun.
I know. All right. I thought, though, that's good news.
Yeah.
This is good news.
There is something to work with there.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back into the junk drawer. All right. I saw this. The Federal Trade Commission announced, I believe it was yesterday, a final rule that will combat fake reviews and testimonials by prohibiting their sale or purchase and allow the agency to seek civil penalties against knowing violators. So the final rule will prohibit the following: fake or false consumer reviews, consumer testimonials, and celebrity testimonials. These are fake testimonials.
Right.
Buying positive or negative reviews.
Right.
Buying them.
Okay.
Insider review and consumer testimonials. Company-controlled review websites. and review suppression and misuse of fake social media indicators.
So all of these things you just mentioned are used and used extensively. That's why you always are wise to be leery. I have my things that I do. I'll go to what I can if I can perceive a real user. Amazon will even make notation of it. Actual purchaser review.
Okay.
So in other words, it will say right there the item they're reviewing, their records show they purchased.
Okay.
So always be leery. Do you employ any sort of tactic when you're checking for reviews to help you cut through the crap?
I just skim them, and I will sometimes mentally note, okay, that doesn't sound real.
Right.
But I don't have any hold hard and fast indicators.
Okay.
Not even with travel?
What's that?
With travel reviews?
I don't read a lot of travel reviews.
Okay.
But I have on a couple of occasions. And what about you?
I did a Verbo this year for our vacation, and it came with great reviews. And so to me, Steve, like, if there are 20 and the trend is in the right direction, to me, that's a positive reinforcement. But same in the negative direction, you know?
I agree with that. Did you check YouTube for Verbo reviews? And if so, do you go? So I always go. My BS meter is pretty good, so I look for what really appears to be authentic user.
Right.
Is not things that aren't too splashy.
Nick, do you try to sniff out fake ones?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. And sometimes you'll see, it looks like the owner wrote it or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, it's I don't know. It's just a process, and I think like when you get used to it, you figure out which ones are real and some of the ones that are faked.
I like the ones that have pictures and videos of
D-pics,
especially those ones. No, but that way, okay, they're actually using this product. And
Nick, for like hotels, I go to YouTube. And I find tours of rooms because there are almost any hotel you can find somebody who's taken a video and shown you around the room.
And do those YouTube reviews? Do those YouTube videos also come with reviews?
They will usually verbally give the review as they're in the room, or it will be written in the
I jacked it on this couch.
So for Verbo and Airbnb, if they're like I don't know if it's called verified or whatever it is, but basically like Airbnb is saying, yes, this is a certified or
they're
verified.
like super owners or
owners.
Like,
So those reviews can only get written. The owner can't write the review. It can only get written by somebody who books through Airbnb, stays at the property, and then the owner and the renter cannot see each other's reviews until they're posted.
All right, there we go.
Until both post.
Okay.
So you're reviewing not knowing what the other one is reviewing of you, because the renter also gets reviewed by an Airbnb owner.
Do you remember we had a business and they were really good that advertised and the whole conceit was people were using these tactics, competing businesses to put up bad reviews, and they would help eliminate them and get them reversed. And that was a whole part of the deal. So yeah, I mean, it's a crappy tactic, but it's employed a lot.
So the Federal Trade Commission vote to approve the final rule and accompanying statement of basis and purpose was 5-0. The rule will become effective 60 days after the date it's published in the Federal Register. So this essentially just makes it easier for civil penalties to be brought against people who are using that tactic.
Yeah.
Interesting, right? All right, let's go back to the junk drawer. I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but I found this in the drawer. Philadelphia Zoo is thrilled to introduce baby Jambi.
Yeah.
A new critically endangered Sumatran orangutan baby. They're cute.
They're incredibly
baby
cute.
Orangutans are so cute. It's named after the city on the island of Sumatra in Indonesia. Jambi was born to Mama Tua and Dad Sugi.
Hot Tua?
On June 26th, and he continues to cling on to mom as she cares for her baby.
Steve, I have a question for you because I feel like you would know this. So you know how chimpanzees, when they get a little bit older, they can get cantankerous and nasty and violent?
Yes.
I never hear that about orangutans.
You can have a little bit of that, but the ones that are legendary for becoming like really bad are the chimps as they get older. But you're right, Case. I have not heard a lot of orangutan freaking out stories.
Well, usually, like, they end up in retirement communities and they're just driving around on golf carts.
Yeah. Listening to
Fleetwood Mac.
Fleetwood Mac, yeah.
Sure.
That's when they get older.
Or they work with Clint Eastwood.
Years and years and years ago, speaking of Clint Eastwood, I saw a guy who was a famous orangutan. A famous orangutan trainer.
Yeah.
And, would do Vegas shows and things like that. And might have used might have been involved in the Any Which Way But Loose with Clint Eastwood. But there was a video of him backstage right before a show just beating the piss out of this.
God, I hate that.
Orangutan with like a blackjack, hitting him. And I don't know if that was for the animal acting up.
That's actually the show.
I don't know.
The orangutan beatings are at 7 and 9.
Oh, okay.
We hope you enjoyed the orangutan beatings, and now we're going to cripple a hamster.
Wow.
God, I'm watching this video of the baby at the zoo.
So cute, right?
God.
Mom and baby are now exploring their outdoor habitat at Pico Primate Reserve.
Now in the main showroom, puppy strangling.
The two continue to make their own schedule on when they will be visible to guests. They have access to their outdoor habitat and indoor habitats where visitors can get a glimpse of them, and the two will also have access to their bedroom space to spend time alone.
Orangutans have that sort of very very studied sort of, they're very slow. And when you see them, when they look into, this is a thing that's very impressive.
Yeah.
You'll see them in zoos and they'll be looking through the glass. And a lot of times there's a video I love of a young kid looking and the orangutans looking and they're looking at each other.
They're
and
playing with each other.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It is
Cute.
so amazing.
There was one where somebody was
But the
holding
meat is so tasty.
It was a gorilla enclosure, and the person was standing there holding their baby, and the gorilla was basically like, hang on a second, I have one of those, and then runs away, grabs their baby, and then brings it back to say, hey, look, I got one of these too.
Have you seen the footage? I don't think it's orangutan. I'm not sure, but it is. The mother is reintroduced back into an enclosure, and she believes her newborn has died.
Oh no!
And the newborn, they actually were able to save it, and they put it in a blanket just while it's resting. And once she realizes it's alive, it's like every mother reaction you would ever imagine. Yeah.
Wow. By the way, this is the first successful birth of this species at the zoo in 15 years. So that's nice. So you can go and see baby Jambi right now at the Philadelphia
It's a
Zoo.
joy to see that. It's a joy to just go see them getting it on to make animals.
Yeah, that's fun.
Right. Let's go back into the junk drawer. Oh, look, I found this email from someone. This is from Mark Dominic, and I would like to read this to you. He says, good morning, Ed. I am at work thinking about the crazy I'd like to apologize guy. And he says,
he lives on.
Insert sound clip here.
I apologize.
Yes. He
I'd
said,
like to apologize. I apologize. I'd like to apologize.
well, listen to this. He said, so I had to look up what he's up to.
Okay.
And I hope you find this as interesting as I did. I never knew the full story of what occurred. Philip Schuth is his name. Schuth, the guy. He was collecting social security checks for his mom, who had died and had been placed in a freezer by him for 6 years. Then he shot at someone who rang his doorbell and then had a 14-hour standoff at his house. By the way, he says he never actually killed anyone that we know of. He was sentenced to 7 years. That was in 2006. He was released from jail in 2012.
I apologize.
And had 10 years of extended supervision. So dude has been out for a while.
We got to book him.
Oh, God.
We got to get him. Maybe he can do side stage. Can he sing?
While in the jail, inmates started referring to him as the philosopher of evil, or Poe for short.
Philosopher of evil, Poe. Wow.
Yeah. No word on who the Skull Sealer or Chrysagon is.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life. I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the Skull Sealer.
What if he's like 100% normal? Like, yeah, how about that, man? That's crazy stuff, right? The philosopher of evil, where did I get that one, right? Skull Sealer, oh.
He's been completely rehabilitated.
Absolutely.
He's a new
I
man.
run the kinder care right now.
Also interesting, a local store in his town, listen to this, sold magnets referencing the incident with sayings on them such as, my mom is cooler than yours.
Oh, jeez. Stop it.
That's great.
That's great.
Oh, my God.
I apologize.
I told you guys this story. So my friend, she lived in Raleigh, and they had a friend of theirs. They would get together and watch football on Sundays. So they had this crew of people, and this one guy, he was kind of like the loner of the group, and she said he was weird, but fun and interesting or whatever. And then he stopped showing up, and so they ended up doing a wellness check on him. The dude had been lying to all these people for the longest time. First of all, he said he worked for UPS. He never worked for UPS. So the police ended up finding him dead in his home.
Whoa.
With his deceased mother, and he had been living with his dead mom. She was not living. She was dead in her bedroom, sealed off, and he was collecting her Social Security.
Same sort of scenario.
And she had known this guy for years, and they didn't know. And then
he never got the chance to apologize.
And then he just stopped showing up.
Well, I have questions. How long had mom been dead? Do we know?
So I'm looking at the news story right now. It says the woman Cooley says a mother died in January of 2017, and so this story came out a year later. So I guess he had been living
roughly
with his,
a year.
Wow, with his dead mom.
What about the story? This happens all the time when someone passes. You had the story of where they actually wheeled in a dead body in a wheelchair and said that the guy had some sort of paralysis.
There were two stories like that. Yep.
So that's the backstory on Chris Agan of Evil Guy. What is the backstory on the you're in that helicopter lemon-headed? I don't remember
that was a guy who went to like a city council meeting.
Okay.
And he was convinced that there was a rich person. I don't know if he was on this town council.
You're in that helicopter, and you're nothing but a chameleon, lemon-headed, coward, terrorist, and I'm after you, buddy.
And he was convinced that the guy was hovering over his house, spying on him.
Yeah,
and he was telling him, "It's you. You're in that helicopter."
You're in that helicopter, and you're in that helicopter, and you're nothing but a chameleon, lemon-headed, coward, terrorist. And I'm after you, buddy.
And you can hear
chameleon, lemon-headed, coward, terrorist, I think.
You can hear the guy in the back going, okay.
And does he say, I'm dusting you, buddy? What does he say?
And I'm after you.
You're in that helicopter, and you're nothing but a chameleon, lemon-headed, coward, terrorist. And I'm after you, buddy.
I'm thinking he was about to say, I'm coming after you, buddy. And he melded coming
some
and
words
and after together. Yeah. I'm after you, buddy.
Lemon-headed is a terrific insult, and I don't think I've ever heard of it before.
Hey, lemonhead.
Yeah, that's toss that into calling somebody a coward.
Yeah, I wonder where
Did you call me a lemonhead?
That's a delightful candy, actually.
You're a snickerdoodle.
Hey.
Well, because he says coward. Do you think he meant yellow-bellied instead of lemonhead?
Maybe.
Lemon-headed, yeah.
Lemon-headed.
I'd like to reclaim my time. I meant to say you are a yellow belly lemon head. No. Let me go back. I'll rewrite it. Can I have a few more minutes?
You got a couple of minutes. I got to get out of here.
You're in that helicopter.
Nick is looking up Lemonhead.
It's just a candy and the band.
Yeah. I always loved Lemonheads.
You're Evan Dando.
The candy.
Yeah.
I like those a lot. Lemon candy is a lot of times overlooked in my book, I think.
I agree. I agree with you.
Thank you.
I agree.
I am totally down with that.
And that's when Casey and Preston bonded.
So anyhow, that was a little background on Philip Schuth.
So there's a couple of nuances that we were not familiar with. So good work on him for getting that other additional information. And you know, it feels good to celebrate him knowing that he didn't murder his mother.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
By the way, Nick, I don't think there's any way we'd be able to track down who Lemonhead is.
Okay.
Like that was just like a local thing that kind of it didn't even really go viral. We just stumbled across
Those people are envious of the Chris Agan Skull series.
Yeah. And we liked that the guy was freaking out. So we held on to that audio.
You're in that helicopter.
That line, I love that line. You're in that helicopter.
You're in that helicopter.
I don't know why.
And they're just everyone is just standing there like,
what?
Oh my God.
All right. We got to close up the junk drawer, people. Here we go.
That was the junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
Nick found the audio. He found it on YouTube. He found the video. Paranoid man complains to city about rogue helicopter pilot. Okay, we'll have to read more about that.
You're in that helicopter.
We have to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get to the bizarre files, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93. Let you.
Smiling.
It depends.
It depends?
Yeah, some people taking the photo will actually let you smile. There's a place out by Downingtown, and
Smiley's passports.
No, like there's only a few places where you can get these photos taken. Like you have to go out of your way to get your passport photo taken and have it submitted properly. The one out in Downingtown, the guy's cool, and he's like, yeah, you can smile. Don't worry about it. The guy down in Philly apparently is a bit of a stickler, and you're not allowed to smile.
Nick, do you have any idea as to is there actually though in effect a uniform rule or suggestion
There's supposed to
that
be.
you not smile? I guess they want you to look the way you would look generically
when you're angry and traveling.
when you're trying to
when you're standing in
commit
line,
an act of terrorism.
When you're standing in line at the
But when
the
I hand
TSA.
over, when you guys hand over your ID, don't you just smile sort of naturally just to be polite? Like,
Yeah.
hi,
Hey, how you doing?
Right. So I think that's why this guy says it's okay.
I'm usually like, hey.
My issue is that in my passport photo I'm wearing wax lips, and so I have to
And that you're
bring
not
them
allowed.
with me.
Come November 1st, you won't be able to do that, Steve. An announcement on the State Department website explains this change will help eliminate glares and shadows that can lead to delays in processing visas and passport applications. Applicants may wear glasses only in rare circumstances of documented medical necessity during urgent travel.
All right, I don't know why I'm asking, but I'll ask. Facial recognition ID programs, are they foiled by glasses? I tend to think not, right? Because they scan like 180 or 200 different points on the face. So, would glasses throw off facial recognition?
I don't know, but facial recognition software is pretty wild because you even use it on your Xbox One or whatever. You walk in, it knows who it labels them. If there are 3 or 4 people in the room and they're registered, their name pops up above their head.
And on Facebook,
and it's live video, and Facebook too.
Or on Facebook, when you go to like tag people, it already tags
It
it
already
for you.
tags them.
It says, "Hi, Stephen," when I come in, when I sit down in the Xbox.
Love that, don't
I
you?
love it.
Case, except there's one of my girlfriends gets tagged as this guy that I'm friends with on Facebook all the time.
Oh, that's got to be insulting.
I'm like,
how are you? How are you, Chuck?
Who's that? Man face Katie?
Is there a Katie?
There is a Katie, and she's gonna be so offended because you don't know who she is. And she's gonna be like, "Why did he call me man face?"
I think I look pretty. I don't know.
It's not man face Katie.
So is the girl mannish looking, or is the guy
girlish
really
looking?
Pretty? Is the guy really
My name is Chuck. The guy's not pretty.
comely, as they say?
The guy's not pretty.
He's not pretty. Ooh, sorry to hear that. Okay. You know what else would suck is if you live near a place that is frequented by
hobos.
No, not hobos. Well, I mean, but no, 18-wheelers that use the J brake.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah.
I hate that sound.
It's like my dad snoring.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot stand that. So that's the, it's or it's like really, really loud. Oh my God. Hold on.
Go through it.
And then here's the long one. Oh, who put that in there? Hang on. Oh, you were doing that? Oh, I thought. God, this is bringing back memories.
And Preston, it wasn't as if there'd just be one alarm going off. There'd be multiple alarms going off, and they'd all be at different points in their cycle.
Mm-hmm. And they became so commonplace that nobody even looked twice when the alarm was going off.
And I think that's why they eventually just stopped using them.
Yeah.
We could put together a Preston and Steve sound effect car alarm.
Are you kidding me? Absolutely, we could. We have enough of them. No, wait, hold on. What are some? We need to do that. We need to do a series of them. But I don't know if you have them all on the same page. Case, pull up the hotkeys here.
Jesus.
Here we go. No. That's the first part in the Viper, right? So pituation, and then.
I did see something else. This one was.
You noticed another thing.
I did notice another thing. I noticed things.
The noticer.
I'm the noticer.
Dun dun dun.
The noticer. Preston Elliott stars as a man who notices things. Your gift is exceptional, sir. We can find a place for you in the government.
The noticer.
I notice the Nazis are getting a little antsy. The noticer.
Antsy?
I think they're going to make a play for Poland. We knew that well in advance, thanks to the noticer, a national hero.
A man that saw or heard things that made a minor impact in his life.
I noticed something. Listen when the noticer speaks to you. If you ignore him to your own folly.
I am the noticer.
I notice around and around and around.
All right. Well, I did notice this.
You really don't do anything particular about it. You just notice it.
Yeah. It makes a minor impact.
You never really
for a
leave your
moment.
office.
Mm-mm.
God, I used to love that Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Yeah.
Both versions. There was one with Jack Palance.
Yep.
And one with Dean Cain.
I remember
But Palance was always the best. Believe it or not. Or not. This chick has no legs and gets around on a skateboard. Believe it or not.
He always had a really weird way of delivering it.
Yeah.
Believe it.
Or not.
Breathe. And
This chick has just a neck with a nose and travels on the back of a border collie. Believe it or not. Remember his, I despise weak soup. Remember his Campbell's ads?
Yes.
I hate it. I love robust soup. Every fiber of my being. This woman is just one nose and a hair. And lives in the bottom of an old container.
Does she have a border collie?
Her border collie can type. Believe it or not. And yet the most fascinating story. Shlomo Labinovitz, who is simply an earlobe and a toenail taped together. And yet he has built a completely functioning monorail. Believe it or not.
Are you sure it's a toenail? Could be a thumbnail.
It could be. I didn't look close enough.
YouTube frontman and human rights activist Bono was named to Glamour's annual Women of the Year list.
Wow.
Okay.
Joining a group that includes...
Oh, that's great nose.
Yes, that's
I had no idea.
Yeah.
We should get together and do have a mani-pedi. Oh, look at this. It's Bono. It's Bono. I'm sorry.
Bono marks the first male honoree in the list's 27-year history. They had written, Glamour said, when a major male rock star who could do anything at all with his life decides to focus on the rights of women and girls worldwide, well, that's worth celebrating.
Then how come John Madden never made the list?
And they said, we're proud to name that rock star Bono our first man of the year. The magazine cited Bono's Poverty is Sexist campaign, which is
sexy?
Sexist.
Oh.
Which is specifically aimed at helping the world's poorest women. Poverty is
Do you
sexy.
know what's very sexy? The impoverished. The way they just hold on to you tightly, it's very sexual. And sometimes they'll lean in close to your mouth to smell the food that you had. And it's so hot. Poverty's sexy. And you can always convince them to go home with you. To steal a Gary Shandling joke. Actually, Gary Shandling used to do that about the bag ladies.
Oh, my God.
It's so easy to convince them to go home with you.
I love that they lean in just to smell the food on your breath.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was a steak.
We don't even have any left. You ate it all?
But I have to bring home for the dog. You understand.
Oh, God. All right. The whole group of girls leaning into his mouth.
Ladies,
Mm-hmm.
there's enough breath to go around.
But he said, the sexist, the Poverty is Sexist campaign.
Poverty is sexy.
The Poverty is Sexy campaign is specifically aimed at helping the world's poorest women, those who survive on less than $2 a day.
Yeah, it's horrible.
The honorees will be celebrated November 14th at an event in Los Angeles hosted by actress Tracy Ellis Ross. So I don't know if Bono will be there. Maybe, I'm sure, I would hope he would show up for something like that.
I'm sorry I couldn't be there to your event tonight, but I'm too busy breathing on people and making their week. Providing a subtle yet wonderful reminder of what food tastes like. Why are we honoring him again?
Bono, humanitarian.
You owe it to yourself as a pure nightmare, as something so disturbing.
Yeah.
The last Bob Hope, his Christmas special.
Yeah, which were legendary.
Yeah. This one, the last one, it's like he should have.
Guy. His name is David Thompson, and this is in Charlotte, North Carolina, and he had been complaining in the past about George Shin's tactics in trying to secure a new arena for the Charlotte Hornets.
Uh-huh.
And he goes off on stuff about ice and why they didn't have ice in the arena and blah, blah, blah. And Thompson, this guy, thought that Shin was trying to intimidate him personally by flying a helicopter 25 to 35 feet over his house between the property line and the magnolia tree, he says. And there's at one point, he's like, he starts grabbing the lectern and shaking it. He's like, just shake it, my house, shake it. It's really funny.
And he's got like a bizarre kid's haircut.
And Marissa found other drama from that particular meeting.
All right.
Councilman Patrick Cannon fainted at 9:15 p.m. and had to be taken to the hospital. A woman got up before the council and read a poem, and someone else got up and quoted Hitler at that same meeting.
So these meetings where people are allowed to come and address their issues, these public things, can generate stuff like this.
Yes.
But this seems like one for the books.
I love it. He was in that helicopter.
Yeah.
I love it.
You're in that helicopter.
All right. We now have Bizarre File Story, so here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Okay, so I have a sponsor. No. All right. Well, we'll start with this one. Seems kind of, so that guy thought that, this guy was doing something weird, and this story is kind of elusive like that. Billionaire Milwaukee Brewers owner, Mark Attanasio, has allegedly been stealing sand from an exclusive Southern California beach to use on a personal construction project at his home.
Steal sand?
Yeah. Attanasio's next-door neighbor along Malibu's Broad Beach filed a lawsuit against the MLB owner after gathering video and photographic evidence of excavators operating in a tidal zone and bringing sand from the public beach to Attanasio's property.
You can't do that.
He also reported what happened to local authorities. The 66-year-old is accused of violating the California Coastal Act and causing a public and private nuisance. While Attanasio did have permits to repair the seawall at his Malibu home, his lawyer told the Los Angeles Times that those permits were adhered to. The lawsuit states otherwise. One of the conditions of approval for these permits explicitly forbids machines from being in the tidal zone. According to the lawsuit, the construction project has damaged the beach, which is set up just up the coast from some of the most expensive real estate in California. The neighbor spotted gasoline residue in the water and sand, which would explain why the aforementioned condition of approval exists, and the construction company displaced boulders along the beach as well.
When you start doing stuff like that, I think it's the Obama residence in Hawaii. They built a wall.
Yeah, I remember that.
And it was causing the adjacent beaches or the adjacent houses to flood because it redirects the flow.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So you can't like move boulders or sand. It's very precarious.
But like if I was, let's say I was building horseshoe pits in my backyard and I wanted sand for it, am I allowed? I'm not allowed to go to the beach and grab?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Like a public beach. I don't know. Hell. I'm a helicopter pilot.
I guess it
You're in that
depends.
helicopter.
We need a shirt that says "Ah hell." Hell.
The plaintiff wants an ASIO fine up to $30,000 plus a daily fine of up to $15,000 for each violation.
Wow.
And prevented from taking any more sand and blocking public access to the beach. Here's a follow-up story for you. You guys remember this one. A Philadelphia man pleaded guilty to stabbing and killing his neighbor after the neighbor threatened him over his loud snoring.
Yes.
Christopher Casey was sentenced to 11 and a half to 23 months in county jail, followed by 3 years probation after pleading guilty to the manslaughter charge. Casey was originally charged with third-degree murder in January in the death of 62-year-old Robert Wallace, who lived next to a door in a duplex and with whom he shared a common wall. Prosecutors said that Casey stabbed Wallace after the other man pushed in his front floor window and threatened to kill him over his snoring. So it wasn't the guy didn't kill the other guy as he was snoring. The other guy was coming after the dude who was snoring, and he retaliated by
killing him.
Relatives of the victim said that he had been unable to sleep due to the noise, and his fatigue had affected his life and ability to work. Casey apologized to Wallace's family in court, calling the killing unfortunate.
I apologize.
Casey's attorney said his client's life had been threatened multiple times. He was terrified of the guy, and he believed that he had no option in that case. This is messed up. A California woman was found mauled to death by a pack of 25 Great Danes while she was on a walk in a popular hiking area.
This story blew my mind. You know, Great Danes are wonderful dogs, but if you remove any sort of human interaction, you'll get an alpha dog, and they'll become a pack, and that's what happened.
Davina Corbin, 56 years old, was discovered covered in numerous bite marks and her injuries near the Black Hawk Trail in Feather Falls by officials around 2 a.m. last week. After analyzing the autopsy, it was revealed the cause of her death was a result of a domestic dog attack. Neighbors later also said that she lived in the area, did not have a car, and had often been spotted walking on the trail. Butte County deputies began searching a residence near to where Corbin was found and soon discovered around 25 Great Dane dogs that were loose in the area. So I guess these were just feral Great Danes. How in the world does that happen?
That's exactly what they were, Preston. I was reading more about the story, and they were a full-on pack, as I said before, with an alpha dog, and they were hunting and all of that. Yeah, how does that happen?
Authorities spent the entire day capturing the dogs and were able to turn 23 of them over to the animal control. Detectives are still trying to capture the remaining 2. Max Heckler, who lives in the neighborhood, said that he has had more than one run-in with a pack of Great Danes in the last 2 years, of which sometimes they have tried to attack him. He said this road would be solid tracks of the dogs, and they'd be out here in the road, and you would have to wade through them, he said. He also revealed that he and other neighbors have complained to county animal control multiple times in the past about the pack, but he said this is the first time any action has been taken. He said, what I'm saying is animal control is just as much at fault about the death as them dogs, he said. They don't do anything about any of this. So
they just closed down part of the Wissahickon Park because there's a pack of teacup poodles.
Oh my God.
That are causing havoc.
All right, well, I'm going to end with a lighter dog story. In San Antonio, residents were exposed to a scandalous sight on Tuesday. A naked man was seen walking his dog through the Castle Hills Forest neighborhood. Harley Walters said it happened around 11 a.m.
What you doing with that peanut butter?
He said, I looked out my window, saw a gentleman walking down the street with no clothes on. He was just taking a stroll, a calm and easy stroll, and his dog was walking alongside him. Walters, who has lived in the neighborhood for 25 years, couldn't believe his eyes. And this was his quote. He said, I thought, how dare he walk his dog without a leash?
Big dog's running.
Joking aside, the homeowner says that he feared the man was suffering from a stroke or a mental health breakdown. Neighbors shared pictures and videos. A group of worried onlookers decided to approach the man. Walter said the other gentleman stopped him on the street and said, "Hey, are you aware that you don't have pants on?" And he said, "Yeah," like it was no big deal. And he just kept on going.
You know, you're right.
Authorities say the man was high on mushrooms, and officers gave him a courtesy ride home.
Was the dog doing shrooms as well?
The man was not charged with a crime, police say. Walters just hopes that he learned a lesson so the peaceful neighborhood can put the incident in their rear view.
Seahorses forever.
And that is what I have in our bizarre file this morning. All right, we'll take a break. We'll get back in a second. We'll get our lesson question and a prize for you, hopefully. Stay put.
Years before.
You mean actually put down like a vet would put down a...
Yes, just the way you do to a sick dog. You know, you don't want to let them suffer any longer.
We're their advocate, and if we don't take care of them...
Yeah, he had a good run.
And exactly, exactly.
Like Ray Walston with the dog in Mice and Men.
Yes, yes.
I'll do it if you can't.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. That brings me. I went on with Robert Osborne, and he asked me to pick movies to show, and one of them was the original of Mice and Men.
Lon Chaney Jr.
Yeah, Lon Chaney and Burgess Meredith.
Yeah. It's a masterpiece.
That scene still works, the dog one.
If you are not a blobbering mess of slop when that's in both movies of the Gary Sinise as well, then you're an inhuman piece of filth.
Yes, and how it comes back later on in the movie where Lenny kills the girl.
Yeah.
And George goes, "Oh, no." And it comes back because, like, earlier, when they find out Lenny killed the girl, that the old man says to George, he goes, "You know, I shouldn't have let him kill my dog. I should have killed him."
Yes. Right. Oh, my God.
It's just so upsetting.
Yeah.
But you realize now George has to go after Lenny.
No. And so you would have done the same with Bob Hope down by the river?
So there's a scene. You could find it on the internet.
Okay.
Where he's dressed up as Jack Frost with a big pointed hat and a little beard. And it's like, he has no idea his own name at this point. And when I watch this, I think, and his voice is like that, it's no longer that, "Hey, everybody."
I want to tell you.
Yeah. Now it's like, "Hey." And it's like, you watch it, and it looks like his wife's revenge. Like Dolores' revenge for all the screwing around that Bob Hope did on her.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah, we're watching it.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, look at him. The guy died 5 years before this was filmed.
I mean, I adore Bob Hope, but that's a mistake.
Oh, God.
Wow. Jesus.
How did we get on this topic?
Because because we needed him to... Gilbert makes the point that he should have been euthanized many years earlier.
Right.
Yes. And it's like Dolores is singing and dancing here. She's old, but she does what... And it switches back to him to go... That's me. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Cesar Romero, who played the Joker on Batman.
And did a brilliant job.
Yes. We should preface it with that. He did a brilliant job. And he was like, in his day, the Latin lover.
Absolutely.
And like
the mustache, the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. And he would be with all the beautiful actresses.
Yes.
But he in real life, he was gay.
Yeah.
And what he was into was he'd gather up a bunch of his boy toys. And he'd stand there.
How do you know this?
Trust me. He would pull down his pants and underwear, and Depending on who you hear it from.
Yeah.
You always hear slight variation. Some people said he stood ankle deep in warm water.
Ankle deep in warm water.
I guess it added to it. And while these boy toys would fling orange wedges at his ass.
Oh my God, what the?
And so
you know, you've told that on this show, but I still love hearing it.
I love it.
I just the level. I mean, I think I told you the story that I heard, and this is one that I've heard from a few sources. But about Raymond Burr, have you heard that?
Well, I mean, I know a gay, but I didn't hear any.
His deal was he had a clear picnic table.
Oh, wait a second. Wait.
We have to watch how we say it.
Now, I heard it with Danny Thomas.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, okay, so I don't believe any of it now.
And with Danny Thomas, if you ask the right people.
All right. Which means some of these stories might lack credibility, but they're still fun.
They'll say, oh, you mean make room for duty? Or the other one is make poo for daddy. And that I heard it with Danny Thomas that he would have a glass coffee table.
Yeah.
And hired hookers to take a dump on the table.
Okay.
And
he'd be underneath it.
And now a variation I heard is sometimes
somebody from the Fresh Beat Band.
See, well, now I heard the Fresh Beat Band is hired out to take a dump on people's tables.
They don't have a show anymore, so they gotta,
But
extra fresh.
I heard, judging by who you hear it from, that Danny Thomas would sometimes wear a priest outfit.
A priest outfit.
Dear God.
See, here's the deal with this stuff, and I think there's a lot of this that's been embellished, but the truth of the matter is you were dealing with a lot of wealth.
Yes.
So if your inclination was to do anything sort of perverted, you had a total resource.
But how the hell do you find out that you like standing ankle deep in warm water and having people throw orange wedges at your ass? At some point or another, it's got to happen by accident, or you need to hear about it.
Oh, that felt good.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
then by accident, how does it happen by accident?
Well, here's I was shopping.
How do you all of a sudden are in a room with someone, bare ass, and they throw an orange wedge at your ass?
So you think of the possible scenarios. You go to an outdoor proctologist. A flash flood occurs. You're in mid-exam, and he, while picking up something to throw over to you, or throw you an umbrella, his lunch is on the table.
Right,
with his orange wedges.
Out of excitement, he knocks it off the table, and an orange wedge hits you in the ass.
And he's like, oh, sweet mystery of life.
Yes.
So I think
you can't just wake up in the morning and go, oh, it would be a real turn on an orange wedge hitting me in the ass.
The Fox News Channel's Megyn Kelly writes in her new book about being sexually harassed by the network's former head, Roger Ailes, who was ousted earlier this year amid similar allegations from several women.
I want to fart in your face.
Is that Ailes?
Oh, my God.
That big slob. The
What the hell is going on?
he just impresses me as such a disgusting guy.
That's his thing?
That's his thing.
I did not know.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I want to fart in your face.
Oh, my God.
You've seen him, right? He's like something out of Dune. He's like one of the,
Baron von Harkonnen.
Yeah.
Vladimir Harkonnen.
He really just looks really bad. He should be hooked up to she comes into the room, he's hooked up to the hoses flying in the air.
Come over here. I want to fart in your face.
God. It's so gross. Can't deal with it.
And who would come over there?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Certainly no professional.
I was not expecting that. Yeah, he's got massive jowls, man. Big time.
And
We're looking at a picture of him right now.
He's done it with a few women. It's just horrific.
So in a chapter of her upcoming book, Kelly writes about Ailes. that he offered to advance her career in exchange for sexual favors and made physical advances against her that she rejected, including, quote, trying to grab me repeatedly and kiss me on the lips. She writes that when she shoved Ailes away, quote, he asked me ominous questions like, when is your contract?
Because I can make them on demand. Come on, lean in close. You're going to like this. It's cheese.
Keswick Theater in Glenside. The question we'll go with this morning, what Shark Tank investor called into the show to invest in Casey's Cakes, but it turns out he just called the wrong number. 215-263 WMMR. We heard that around 7:30 this morning during the connoisseur segment. By the way, Casey is still cooking up, or he just finished cooking up the cake pancakes.
I had another red velvet plain.
Yeah, that's your jam, bro.
Yeah.
You're just raw dogging it.
So let's see if we know the answer. What Shark Tank investor called into the show to invest in Casey's Cakes, but it turned out that he just called the wrong number. 215-263 WMMR.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get the stories and we'll get an answer. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, the house used in the movie Poltergeist is up for sale with an asking price of $1.8 million. The sellers say that while only the exterior of the house was seen in the movie, once inside, you'll get the eerie feeling you're paying too much.
Oh, my God.
Charlie Sheen's daughter, Sammy Sheen, revealing a new nose job to her OnlyFans followers just 8 months after doing the same thing to unveil a new boob job. While numbers are still coming in, it appears the viewership numbers for the nose job are less impressive.
Duh.
And finally, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos and fiancée Lauren Sanchez had a special meet and greet with Pope Francis yesterday. The Pope reportedly took the opportunity to ask Bezos to track a dog bed he had ordered on Amazon. Charlie, we tried.
All righty, let's see if you know the answer to the question. What Shark Tank investor called into the show to invest in Casey's Cakes, but it turns out he just called the wrong number, and it is Joe that we will go to. Joe, good morning. Hi, is this Joe?
Hi, good morning.
All right, Joe, do me a favor and tell me what Shark Tank investor called in to invest in Casey's Cakes.
That would be Mark Cuban.
Yes. One moment, Joe. We are going to give you a pair of tickets for an evening with Peter Billingsley and A Christmas Story Wednesday, December 4th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside. And tickets are on sale now. For that, go to AXS.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I unfortunately have 2 deaths to report on in music news this morning, and this is sad. Glam rocker Jack Russell, who fronted the 80s metal group Great White, passed away yesterday, surrounded by family and friends. He was only 63 years old. The singer succumbed after battling multiple system atrophy and Lewy body dementia.
It's horrible.
His family wrote in an online statement, Jack is loved and remembered for his sense of humor, exceptional zest for life, and unshakable contribution to rock and roll, where his legacy will forever thrive. Great White's heyday was in the mid-1980s with the platinum-selling 1987 album Once Bitten and 1989's follow-up Twice Shy, featuring the singles Rock Me and, of course, Once Bitten, Twice Shy, which is this song right here. They were mainstays in the early days of MTV. Russell left the group in 1996 before it reformed in 2001 when it started touring under the name Jack Russell's Great White. The latter-day incarnation of Great White is infamously associated with the 2003 Inferno at a Rhode Island hard rock music club that started when the group staged pyrotechnics ignited highly flammable acoustic foam that had surrounded the venue. The blaze killed 100 people, including guitarist Ty Longley, and injured 203 more. And it remains the deadliest firework accident in American history.
So I always wondered, when you have that happen and that's part of your history and it's your show and your pyrotechnics, do you think he ever got past that in his mind? I mean,
maybe to some extent,
yeah.
After a while, but he would always be associated with it.
Yeah.
He had said on social media, well, by the way, he announced last month that he would be retiring from touring following his diagnosis. He said on social media at the time, I am unable to perform at the level I desire and at the level you deserve. Words cannot express my gratitude for the many years of memories, love, and support. But that's sad news that he passed away, and from that as well. And then, oh man, I was really heartbroken to see this. Greg Kihn, the rock singer, songwriter who scored big with his early MTV era hits, this song, the breakup song, which is also called They Don't Write 'Em, and Jeopardy, which was a huge hit. He passed away on Tuesday. He was 75 years old, and he died of complications from Alzheimer's disease after a long battle with that.
This was a nice hook. The guy knew how to write, and he was a guest of ours. We're basically doing Where Are They Now sort of stuff years ago. And he, as you pointed out, we were talking about this earlier, Preston, he was really engaging and self-deprecating and fun.
Yeah, he was a really nice guy. And I was just dug this song, and I love Jeopardy, and there was another song called I Got Lucky that I liked from them as well.
Without him, Weird Al would have not have had I Lost on Jeopardy.
So he was originally from Baltimore and started pursuing his interest in music from a young age. He relocated to San Francisco in the early 70s. In 76, he formed the Greg Kihn Band. Well, they didn't blow up. Their records received strong reviews, and the group soon built a reputation as a killer live act. He said, we weren't like other San Francisco bands. He said, our music was derived from the British bands like The Who and the Faces, and we were always writing new songs, and the fans came back week after week to see what we'd come up with, and it was all about the songs, not about jamming.
Yeah.
And he scored his first hit with a breakup song, which got to number 15 on the Hot 100 in 1981. And then they had new heights with the release of their 1983 track Jeopardy, which was played on MTV constantly.
Yes.
It's a really cheesy video, but I love it.
Completely is, yeah.
It hit number 2 on the Hot 100 chart, which was only beat out by Michael Jackson's Beat It, by the way. So it could have been a number 1 record.
Yeah.
The song about a relationship gone wrong would again get more popularity when it was spoofed by Weird Al Yankovic, who penned the song I Lost on Jeopardy.
Which is a great video.
Instead of Our Loves in Jeopardy, with a video featuring the titular show host and announcer Art Fleming and Don Pardo. Kihn even made an appearance in that music video. He's the driver of a convertible, so I may have to go back and watch that. He maintained that he loved Al's song. He said it was a brilliant parody. Al is a super talented musician. He invited me to appear in the video, and I had a ball. God bless that man. I still get mailbox money from Weird Al. This is in a 2018 interview. Outside of music, Kihn published several horror novels, edited a collection of short stories featuring the writings of beloved rock figures like Ray Davies, Pete Townsend, and Joan Jett. And he was also a popular morning host of San Jose radio, KFOX, for nearly 2 decades.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, actually, when we had him on, he was doing radio in San Jose. Reflecting on his radio stint in a 2022 interview, Kihn said, I had great ratings, everything, but I think they fired me because they were paying me too much money for too long, and I can totally understand that. He said, the day that I got fired was the day I got inducted into the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame. So go figure. So he had a wife and several children, and that was just sad news to see.
Hi, this is Greg Kihn, and I want to tell you all about the rock and roll animals right here on WMMR.
Aw,
There's another one, too, here.
Okay.
Hi, this is Greg Kihn on WMMR, the home of rock and roll. You already knew that, didn't you?
I like that. A couple other quick stories. Ad Rock and Mike D discovered something that possibly no one else has ever done in the music industry. Thanks to marijuana-fueled idea, the pair broke open their official gold record for the 1989 album Paul's Boutique and decided to play it on a turntable. So when you get these recognition awards for sales, they would come with an actual record in there. It was gold-plated or it looked silver to indicate platinum, and it was a real record. I have several at home because if you're a music in programming, sometimes record companies will send you these as a thank you for supporting the record. So I have a few, and they're actual legitimate records. So they put it on a turntable, and according to Ad Rock, what was on the disc was, and I quote, it was somebody doing like piano versions of Barry Manilow, like Feelings, just some other crap.
I think that's what they usually do. They use these albums that aren't actually the album that is being honored.
Yep.
Just so that they can get them cheap.
Yep, and they put a different label on it. The pair told the story on the Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend podcast, and Mike D added, I like to think that for, Barbara Streisand, Donna Summer, Barry Manilow, a real megastar, that it was actually their record. So
it's hilarious.
That was very interesting. One last story. John Lennon and Yoko Ono's famous co-hosting stint on the Mike Douglas Show in 1972 is the subject of a new documentary.
Listen, I'm an old bastard. I remember watching that whole week. Legendary. All the stuff that went down. I love John Lennon. It was simultaneously trippy and annoying and bizarre.
Daytime Revolution will be released in select theaters on October 9th, which coincides with John's 84th birthday. Press release said Daytime Revolution takes us back at a time as we observe John and Yoko interacting with a transfixed studio audience and revealing Q&A sessions where John was astonishingly candid about his life after the Beatles. John and Yoko also got to pick the guests, some very controversial at the time, like anti-war activist and Yippie Jerry Rubin and Black Panther Bobby Seale, as well as Ralph Nader and George Carlin. Chuck Berry was another notable guest during Lennon and Ono's co-hosting stint. At the time of John and Yoko's week of co-hosting it, it was an election year and the same year as the Watergate break-in. So there was a lot going on. Despite having the documentary completed in the fall of 2022, director Eric Nelson decided to hold the film back until 2024 when the U.S. is bracing itself for another presidential election. So it will be coming out.
There's a great, I'm sorry, Nick, obviously he is, the show would emanate from here for the longest time and then eventually from California. But when Chuck Berry's playing, he's in awe, John Lennon, but Yoko's in the background doing her Yoko thing because she's playing along with them while they're performing. Yeah, stuff like that. And Chuck Berry's like, man, I wish I could fart in her face.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. This happened right down the street, right?
Yeah, it should be, right? Yeah.
At 6 ABC Studios on City Avenue.
Yeah, who was I talking to recently who smoked pot with John when he came by there? I forgot who it was.
It wasn't Larry Kane, was it?
No. It was an average person. Anyway, it was a story for another time. But yeah, they were here.
Yeah. Do you know that Larry Kane story with the Beatles and Bob Dylan? That because Larry toured with the Beatles in '64 and '65, I think, and he was a journalist, and they gave him all this access. He wrote a book about it, and he was there when Bob Dylan introduced the Beatles to marijuana for the first time. I mean, how legendary that must have been to be in that room.
Do you know that Mick Jagger did an Eiffel Tower with Larry Fine?
Christ, stop it.
Who was Larry Fine, Mick Jagger, and I think I don't know who's the woman, but yeah.
It was right here in Philly?
Yeah, right here in Philly. Right up the street, right where NBC 10 used to be.
Well, all right, and that's it. And by the way, all those stories, or a few of them, you can find on WMMR.com. I'm sure they'll all be up, but if you want to check out any of the music news, you can get it there. We're going to take a break. We'll come back, and we'll wrap up the show, so make sure that you stay with us.
Preston and Steve. On 93.3.
I got to take a breath here. I saw this interesting article.
We'll determine that.
All right. It is by psychotherapist Abby Rodman. Now, it is about various types of affairs that can take place in a relationship. Now, we just think of one type of affair, the physical affair. But there are more than one of those.
This is interesting. Explain.
I shall. There is the emotional affair. Okay. One partner in this type of affair, one partner is starving for an adult emotional connection, and they've usually given up on getting it from their spouse. The partner may be depressed and not feel like themselves anymore. Then someone they know, a coworker, for instance, pays attention to them.
Yeah, you've heard the term like work wife and work husband.
Yes, yeah, and I can see that. To me, that always just constitutes a good friend.
Yeah, but I think a work wife is more. You let your actual wife know about your work wife. You don't let your actual wife know about an emotional affair.
I think that might be the case, yes. The partner usually, but however it says here, the partner usually justifies the emotional affair because they see it as
handies.
The lesser of two evils. No, there are no handies.
Oh, there are no handies. I'm sorry.
In the
that
emotional
would be
affair.
physical. You're right.
Well, and that's dumb. It's a hand.
Yeah, it's a hand. It's not even a vagina.
The point of that. That's like not even cheating.
There's your motto, Steve.
Wait, did you say Kathy just justified that handies aren't even cheating?
This just in. The sexual world was rocked by the revelation that since a handy is not a vagina, it's not cheating. Men of all walks of life hurried out of work running home.
Breaking news.
No, it says they.
Turns out it's not cheating.
The president.
If you ever thought that was bad, Kathy says it's not. Because it's not even a vagina.
You remember a while back we received a coconut in the mail.
Yeah.
Somebody just put an address on and mailed it and didn't know you could do that. So I asked for other odd items to be sent to us through the mail. Well, we've gotten a few of them.
What'd you say right now is the most unique thing we've received? Would it be the coconut?
No, I think it's that rewinder.
The rewinder? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's.
tape in here.
Is there?
Oh.
What is it?
Let's see what it is.
It's got to be porn.
No, it's not.
What is it?
Oh my God.
What is it?
All right. Hang on. Let's play a little game.
Oh.
I
love little games.
I will reveal cast characters to you.
Oh, it's like the Leonard Maltin game.
Yeah.
With Doug Benson.
Mm-hmm.
Doug loves movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's.
You gonna pull up the cast?
Yeah. I was not expecting this. All right. So.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna start with the star or a little further down on the list?
Where do you want me to start, Preston and Steve?
Key grip.
No, you want to go like on the list?
Yeah,
of
go
5
with
down.
the co-stars. Yeah, 5 down.
5 down.
All right, 5th one down.
Yep.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Steve will probably get this.
5.
John Mahoney.
John Mahoney.
Ooh.
The comedian?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Do you want to turn this into
Say
a giveaway?
anything?
From it was from Frasier's dad, right?
Yeah.
Say anything, probably. That's guess number 1.
that's
Okay,
wrong.
no. All right.
Next, Michael Lerner.
That's a woman, right?
Yeah.
No, it's a man, Michael Lerner.
No, I'm thinking Michael Learned.
Yes, from the Waltons. Played the mom.
Okay. I don't know.
6th down. You want me to do 6th down because it's a bigger name?
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Spaced Invaders?
No.
Okay.
Do you want me to go down real quick?
I don't care.
It's a
Just
bigger
give us
name.
another name.
Tony Shalhoub was 6.
Tony Shalhoub. This isn't Galaxy. No.
No, because the others
Quest.
aren't in Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
Do you want me to give you the year of the movie by any chance?
Sure.
All right. The year of the movie was 1991.
Year was 1991.
Okay.
And Tony Shalhoub had just completed production of a major motion picture.
All right. Above Michael Lerner is Judy Davis.
Judy Davis.
I don't know who that is.
A great actress, and she played many biographies. She also played Judy Garland.
Okay.
All right. Next one up. 2nd down is John Goodman.
Ooh.
Wow.
King Ralph?
No.
No.
Not a comedy. How about that?
Oh,
comedy.
The Babe.
No.
Wow.
The Bitch.
No, that was Joan Collins. Looks a lot like
How's our
John
text,
Goodman these days.
How's our text board? Did they? Any
I'm not
guesses?
checking.
I'm not looking.
All right,
You
go
know
ahead.
what?
One more.
All right.
The main star.
So John Goodman,
Tony Shalhoub, John Mahoney.
and it was not a comedy.
It was not a comedy. All right, so it's something very powerful, would we say? Is it DC Cab?
I've only heard of this movie. I've never seen it.
All right. So you only have one name left.
I have one name left.
Probably Citizen Kane then.
And it's the title character.
Okay.
I almost said the name of the movie.
Yeah.
John Turturro.
Oh, Barton Fink.
Yeah!
There you go.
Son of a bitch.
Never heard of it.
Coen Brothers.
Never even heard of that movie.
It's very trippy.
Well, now you can watch it, Preston.
Yeah, right.
In beautiful VHS.
Well, we just
Someone get a VHS player and put an address on it. Send it to us.
Yeah.
Undefeated records. Eric, good morning.
Hey, you guys rock. Uma Thurman needs the word.
Yeah.
Everybody's heard about the bird. Wow.
Case, how did you just do that? Do that
They're
again.
all right next to each other.
Do it again.
Everybody's heard about the bird.
Nice work. All right, Eric, what's up, man? Tell us about your perfect record.
When I was in the military, we went down to Haiti in like 96 around then for deployment. From the time we got on the Eisenhower to go down, which was like mid-September, we were down there about 5-6 months. For 3.5 months, me and my best friend were undefeated in the card game Spades.
How do you play spades?
Do you know how to play hearts?
A little bit.
It's basically hearts, but with spades.
Hey, now, Spades is a partner game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's usually played 4 people, 2 to a team.
Okay, there's a Stephen King book called Hearts in Atlantis. You need to read that. It's a very there's a whole segment about the game of hearts that I think you'll dig, man.
Yeah, I played.
Cool.
Thanks, Eric. We'll see
I played
ya.
hearts and pinochle, and so spades is kind of like a combination of those two. I got to tell you, when it comes to spades, there was a giant bone of contention between my circle of high school friends. There's a scene in Boys in the Hood where I think Ice Cube says, "Yo, y'all want to bust some spades?" And my friend, and still to this day, thinks he says spags. And I'm like, spags isn't a thing. It's not a game. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I just needed your
peanut butter.
This just in. Clarification on dialogue that appeared in the movie Boys in the Hood so many years ago. There's no such thing as spags. We know it as Jimmy Leshevsky at the Pentagon. Jim, how about this whole Boys in the Hood conundrum? I was confused by it, honestly. I thought he said spags. But I thought to myself, there is no such thing as that, right? Thanks, Jim. Thanks always. Very, very insightful commentary.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go to Tyler. Has a record. Hey, Tyler. Good morning.
Good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, so we're talking about people having a perfect record. What about you?
All right, I got a perfect record for getting stoned every single day and going to school and getting straight A's.
Wow. Straight A's. You got so you were an exemplary student, though you were stoned absolutely every. Now, would that be Monday through Friday, just school days, or were you?
No, every day.
Every day.
Wow. And you got straight A's.
Straight A's. I'm like a teacher's pet. Like the teacher has to say, Tyler, like we know you know the answer. Just stop raising your hand at this point.
Were you the teacher's supplier?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't sell drugs.
Okay, good.
All right.
So you're like the champion of drug addicts.
Sure.
Yeah.
For getting good grades.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now that's it's a little bit of a contorted title, but it is a title.
That's it. Listen, yeah,
it's
absolutely.
undefeated.
I'll take anything that you want to tell us about.
What
Thanks,
are you
man.
the champion of then at that point?
Of beating the odds, I guess.
Yes,
right?
of course, yeah.
I don't know.
He didn't have to smoke resin one time. He always, right?
What's that? I'm not understanding.
When you run out of weed, you just you get like a paper clip or whatever, and you scrape out all the resin in your apparatus, and you
Casey,
smoke that.
I used to be called Captain Blackfingers.
Captain Black. Look at you, Cheech and Chong over here.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
If you don't actually have the leafy substance.
Captain Blackfingers.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, a lot of people still want to watch reruns of The Cosby Show on television. In a Twitter announcement yesterday, Bounce TV said, "You asked and we heard you loud and clear, bouncers. We're bringing back The Cosby Show by popular demand."
I don't know if I have Bounce.
No, and you know what? Well, I don't know either, but Seventh Heaven is playing in syndication. We were talking about that last week.
Yeah, you figured how would you do that?
Yeah, but if people want to see it.
Stephen Collins was admitted to sexual contact with a 10-year-old girl.
Yeah.
To me, I would find it difficult to believe him as a preacher in that show.
Yeah.
And Cosby is the ultimate dad at this point, I think, is not workable.
Well, it's old, and people might have they might look past that and just look at the characters as opposed to the people actually playing them.
You think so? I should revisit the Charles Manson sitcom.
MMR and a cover of "Save It for Later," which was lifted from the Bear soundtrack on Hulu. Fantastic show. Great soundtrack. Oh, they're always playing cool,
excellent
songs. Nick had a question about that particular version of that song.
I'm wondering if anybody knows who plays saxophone on there. Eddie has toured with Jake Clemens, who is Clarence Clemens' nephew, and so far the sax credit has not been given out. It hasn't been made public yet. So I'm just curious as to if anyone knows if there's any Pearl Jam fans out there or Eddie Vedder fans, if they could let me know. Just email me, nick@wmmr.com. Because I love the sax. So I love that song.
Oh, and the way it's employed in The Bear.
It's terrific.
The first episode of this recent season has one of the most inventive ways of doing a recap.
Yeah.
And expanding on moments, and it's almost dialogue-less.
And when they're just like cruising around Chicago and showing people and they're playing that song in the background, it's a great look into Chicago and the restaurant scene and everything. Anyway, if anybody knows that information, please let me know.
Excellent. Sorry, you want to say something?
Well, didn't Pearl Jam would often include that as a part of Better Man?
Yeah, they would tag Better Man with Save It for Later. And if you listen closely at the end of that version of Save It for Later, you hear them singing Better Man in the background.
Oh, I didn't hear. I've not heard that.
Similar chord progressions. So the band would incorporate that into the end of their live versions of Better Man when they would play that at shows. And that version that we just played of Save It for Later, you can hear the people singing. You can hear a chorus in the background singing Better Man, which is cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
We just want to reiterate a couple things. We announced our live band karaoke entry that is taking place now. So if you'd like to be at the MMRBQ and singing on the Preston and Steve Show side stage, we have a new band this year helping out Musician Impossible. They'll back you up.
Yes.
But you have to send a video link on YouTube of you singing as a sort of audition. And you can go to WMMR.com and click on contests and do that. The deadline is August 23rd. Of course, the MMRBQ is coming up on September 21st. We will choose 10 singers. There will be voting that takes place, and all of those 10 will get 4 packs of tickets to the MMRBQ.
I love it.
So
Yeah.
made that
We've been
official
having a
also.
blast doing that.
Thank you to our guest, Michael Longfellow. From Saturday Night Live. He has a very slow delivery, and we even got to point that out to him and how difficult it is to interview someone who was like that. But it was a fun conversation.
Stand-up's very funny, though.
I liked talking to him. It was cool. Pierre is here, and I guess we'll do the letter of the day.
Sure.
All right, so let me hit this button right here.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by The Letter.
R, as in really dry skin.
All right, and we have a word name now, and we'll take caller number 5 at 215-263-WMMR and see if we can get a winner. Really dry skin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got to use your moisturizers.
I keep moisturizer right here.
What is your brand of
that's
choice?
Great stuff.
Sarah V.
Yes.
Sarah, how do you say it?
Sarah V.
Okay.
Is that good for legs by any
Yeah,
chance?
it's good for arms and legs.
Don't.
We already did.
Don't.
Did you guys? Okay, never mind.
Let's just keep moving on. I made a mistake while on vacation and didn't apply sunblock properly, and now I'm paying for it, and it's disgusting.
And now there's a dead body
It's
underneath
so gross.
you.
I hate it. I can't believe I made this mistake, and I'm so mad at myself, and I don't want to talk about it on air. So let's.
Okay.
So I've got another topic. I wanted to pass along that the John Lennon Yoko Ono visit for the week on Mike Douglas show was actually at KYW building, 5th and Market.
KYW, okay.
The reason I know that is because MMR was on Rittenhouse Square from its founding, 68 to 92-ish, 93, and John DeBella and I took motorcycles live and circled the square and broadcast live from Rittenhouse Square to 5th and Market, where John drove his motorcycle right into the building, into the lobby, and they had KYW News Radio and TV and MMR in there.
That makes sense because I was in New York. I was watching that on CBS.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that building since been torn down. I think it's a Jewish museum there now, but the old stagehands that were there, they had huge sets in the back of the building, and that's where Mike Douglas did his show for most of the time his show was on. And as you mentioned, Steve, he did move to L.A., but I inducted him into the Philly Walk of Fame, or in the afternoon part of the ceremony, and he told me, he said, those were the best days of my life.
Oh my God! I would watch it every day. I love the show, and I remember during that week there was a whole bunch of crazy stuff. Do you remember Yoko did one of her trippy things where she broke like a Preston, in one of the rare times that John kind of called her on this crap that she would do. She broke like a teacup. This is for you, and this represents this is the. And he finally goes, I don't know what the hell it is. Like, I don't know what this means.
There's a great story of Bobby Keys, the sax player for the Rolling Stones for many years, does the sax on Brown Sugar. And he lived with John and Yoko for a while. And she brought him in to do some recording. And she said, he said, well, what would you like me to do? And she said, orange. And he had this thick Texan accent. And when he describes it, he said, that was a little hard to get your head wrapped around.
You're one crazy lady, I'll tell you that.
Anyway, stories are stories.
Yep.
Yes.
No, go ahead.
I was going to get a winner.
You're the driver.
Yep. We'll go to Donna, who is caller number 5. Hi there, Donna.
Hi, how are you?
Awesome, Donna. Do you know our word of the week?
I think it's laser.
Great day in the cookie.
That is correct, Donna. We are going to give you a pair of Anita Diamond stud earrings from Steven Singer Jewelers, 3/8 carat natural diamonds. So congratulations to you, Donna.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you.
You got it. Hang
That's
on.
awesome.
Enjoy your weekend, and keep in mind at Steven Singer Jewelers, your diamonds are always worth what you paid for. Their full value lifetime trading guarantee. Visit IHateStevenSinger.com to get real natural diamond jewelry today. What's up on the show today, man?
Another quick point on the Lennon thing. Larry Kane, who was the anchor at Channel 6 Action News here on City Line Boulevard, got John to come out and do the weather during one of his
I'd love to
newscasts.
see that.
I would love to see that, too. Anyway, on my program today, we'll have more tickets for the Hooters in Quakertown a week from today. We also have Offspring and Red Hot Chili Peppers blocks. We'll flash back again to Woodstock as we did yesterday. It was the second day of the affair in 1969. We posted a really cool video of our little Woodstock section of art outside. We have the photographer who was standing next to Jimi Hendrix on stage, Henry Diltz, took the CSN debut album cover, the Morrison Hotel album cover, and he signed this picture to MMR. Right below it is Woodstock tickets, and then MMR had an ad in the original Woodstock program, which is so wild.
It's unbelievable.
So we'll do a little more Woodstock, Offspring, Peppers, and we'll do Collective Soul because they are in the FM Center tonight. And look what they sent me.
Whoa!
They sent me
cool.
for their 30th anniversary, this wickedly cool 30th anniversary guitar.
That's terrific.
Yeah, it really is nice. So they'll be celebrating their 30th tonight in Camden, along with Hootie and the Blowfish and Edwin McCain. They're second on the bill. We'll do a giant block of their music coming soon.
What brand of guitar is that? Does it say?
That is an Epiphone.
Epiphone. Wow.
I don't
Beautiful.
think it's
You clearly know how to play.
Yes, I do. I'll do Heart of Gold later.
All right, I'll take this moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and Trinity Rehab, locations all over, trinity-rehab.com. Next week, a couple of things to highlight. Craig Robinson is going to be in our studio. We're going to talk to Chris Daughtry again.
Terrific. There's a cool thing coming up.
And we also have the Who's Luau next Thursday at Valley Forge Casino Resort and Valley Beach. And all that information is available at WMMR.com if you would like to join us for that. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great weekend, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.
Wawa has new Southwest flavors like the roasted chicken fajita.
Mm-hmm.